No, we were having, when we did cover it, out of the thousands of hours, it was a discussion of what happened there. And I knew that there had been other false flag events before where they actually killed people. So I still in general thought that that was what was happening. And one recent interview, Pachenik he was a psychiatrist who looked this up. It was like one of the Guardian articles about it, who was involved in some stuff in Europe, knew about Operation Gladio, and had been involved.
What's Operation Gladio?
That's a declassified NATO stay-behind network program in Europe, Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Southern Europe, to stage terror attacks and blame it on the Russians during the Cold War, Operation Gladio. And Pachenik had been involved in operations dealing with the response to the kidnapping of the Italian prime minister and things like that, and the Red Brigade. And so I knew that he was on record an expert on false flags.
Let's move into 2014. The comprehensive report written by Detective Dan Jewis was issued or released around that time, December 2013 or early 2014.
Say that again, please.
We've had testimony that the comprehensive report written by Dan Jewis, the detective for the Connecticut State Police,
Yes.
was released to the general public in either very late 2013 or early 2014. Why didn't that end all discussion?
I don't remember all the specifics. I know that it was a topic that the public was interested in, so it would resurface from time to time. It was not one of our main topics. Our main topics were wars and surveillance and police state. But I do remember that they said a lot of it was, quote, still classified and redacted. I do remember there being a controversy about that, and that was what made some people still think that they were being lied to about what really happened there.
Let me ask you, before we move on into 2014, if you recall, approximately how much time did InfoWars devote to the Sandy Hook story in 2013?
I actually went over and have some notes. If I'm able to look at those, I could give you
Those refresh your recollection.
They would. I don't want to say the wrong numbers.
Your Honor, I object. These are just some handwritten notes in Exhibit 31, which we know does not even come close to establishing.
You have to lay a lot more background before you can refresh notes. You have, okay, she hasn't said that. What you say is evidence.
Did you write some notes after reviewing your documents in order to help you refresh your recollection while you testify here today?
I believe that was the entered evidence that you told me I need to review. You also told me to review the rules.
Without saying what I told you to do.
Yes, I reviewed that.
And did you take some notes based on your review internally to refresh your recollection as to what had happened?
Yes, I did. I rewatched them too.
Would it help you to refer to your notes in terms of time periods?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object because of the discovery order that you have entered, which establishes that is not a complete list of videos, nor could it be used to refresh his memory of what the complete list.
Yeah, actually, could you approach both of you, please?
Based solely on your memory, without reference to any documents that you've reviewed, about how much coverage do you believe InfoWars gave to Sandy Hook in the year 2013?
believe it was 4 or 5 hours, less than 0.1%.
So let's talk about 2014. You started, Wolfgang Halbig came on the show for the first time.
I believe so.
And can you tell us what led you to have Wolfgang Halbig on in 2014?
He was on a lot of shows and he had a group of bullet points, and my producer set him up on the show, so I had him on.
At the time, what, if anything else, was going on in your life?
My family was falling apart. I
No objection.
was in divorce.
Sustained.
I'd like to refer you to the end of 2014. We've had a video received in evidence of you stating your belief at that time that no one died at Sandy Hook, that the whole thing was fake. Do you understand, as you sit here today, how crazy that is?
I have said before that there have been so many lies and so many things in the past, and I was under a lot of pressure. And I truly, when I said those statements, when I say something, I mean it, that I really could believe that it was totally staged at that point. And I was basing that off of really Steve Pachenik, who has been a very prestigious person.
Do you understand now that it was absolutely your responsibility?
It was, especially since I met the parents, and it's 100% real, as I said on the radio yesterday, and as I said here yesterday, it's 100% real. And the media still ran with lies that I was saying it wasn't real on air yesterday. It's incredible. They won't let me take it back. They just want to keep me in the position of being the Sandy Hook man. My son got confronted yesterday.
Objection, speculation as to what the media wants. Mr. Jones is just being on his show.
Sustained. I'm gonna just remind you, just answer the question that
Yes,
your
ma'am.
attorney asks you. Thank you.
In 2014, based solely off your recollection, without having looked at any documents, can you tell us about how much time was devoted by InfoWars to covering Sandy Hook
I believe it's 5-6 hours.
in the whole year?
Yes.
Moving into 2015. At the end, or at the middle of 2015, in July 2015, you stopped, InfoWars stopped covering Sandy Hook.
Yes.
Why did you stop?
Because Halbig was saying that I was involved in Sandy Hook because I wouldn't have him on. And I started finding out that some of the things, that the anomalies they had put forward weren't true. And I had just ended my divorce and just kind of got my head cleaned up and stopped drinking for a while and realized that it probably did happen. And I was probably, I mean, it was a good chance I was wrong. So I started basically trying to walk it back long before I got sued, because I wasn't sure that I was right anymore. Not everything's a false flag. Not everything is staged.
During that time, there was a reporter working, or there's a gentleman who at least we've had in evidence worked at some point for InfoWars named Dan Badandi. Are you familiar with that name?
Yes.
Can you tell us who he is?
He was a part-time reporter. Was a really nice guy, but we were being more comedy-based part of the show then. And so Rob's like, this guy's like a Howard Stern character. And so we hired him to do some funny stuff, but he wanted to do serious stuff. And then he was officially working for us, then I let him go. When he moved to Austin for about 6 months, and just it didn't work out. And then he went back, he was doing his own show. Sometimes he would go out and, say he was doing stuff with InfoWars, and we were proud of some of it, not so proud of other parts of it. And he,
Can you
he's,
tell us specifically what you're not proud of regarding Padandi?
I didn't like, once I saw, because I wasn't at the time watching a lot of the shows. Obviously, I was doing my own show. I saw some of the reports he put out, both on his platform and on ours. And I remember saying, well, that's not how we want to handle things. He said, do that. Tell them don't do that. And I began telling the crew, no more Sandy Hook. Don't cover it.
In that first half of 2015, before you shut it down, do you recall approximately, based off your memory, how much coverage Sandy Hook got?
I don't think it was much. I don't remember. I wrote it down, but I know that for 16 months after that, we didn't talk about it any.
16 months?
That's what my memory is, yes.
Let's talk about 2016. Was that an election year?
Yes.
How did the election affect InfoWars?
Before, we'd been seen by the right wing as leftists and by the left wing as kind of crazy libertarians, but I was popular with populists everywhere. So I was popular with, land rights groups and anti-police corruption groups, and it was really well known for being anti-police brutality at that time and anti-war. And as soon as I got involved thinking that Trump was an outsider, I got what politics is really like. And I got thrown in the deep end of the weaponization of politics and experienced what that was like at a very, very personal level. And
how did the Clinton campaign weaponize InfoWars Sandy Hook coverage?
Well, they looked at, the media went with, okay, this guy's bombastic, he's colorful, he said a lot of wild stuff. We're going to use that and say he's Trump's brain. And all these shows said, Alex Jones tells Trump what to do. And people believe
Your
him.
Honor, object to that, Kirsten.
Okay.
Sustained. Can't tell us what anyone else has said.
Okay.
There are a few exceptions that I do not think will come up in your testimony. So if somebody else said it, you can't tell us.
Okay.
Based on your participation in the campaign, just being in the country at the time, can you tell us the volume from your perspective of campaign ads linking you to Sandy Hook?
In the last 2 months of the campaign, I'd already been a big part of the Clinton campaign, tying me to Trump. And then they spent a huge ad buy for 2 months talking about me, playing edited clips of me.
Objection, he doesn't know what their ad buy was or how huge it was. This is just absolute speculation.
Speculation.
Oh,
Thank you.
it's
Just sustained. Sustained.
How did you feel about it?
Well, when I read the newspaper, there was a $28 million ad buy.
Don't say what you read in
So-
the newspaper. Just tell me how you felt.
Things that you have read are also hearsay
Okay.
because you didn't say them. Somebody else said them,
Okay.
right? A writing is speech. Do not tell the jury anything that came from someone else
Okay.
that you've read or heard. You have to disregard that sentence.
Okay.
Go ahead.
How did you feel about the advertising that was happening, the political advertising that was happening regarding you and Sandy Hook?
I felt it was highly deceptive. I felt it stole my identity and was building me into a monster as a political tool. And I wanted my identity back and did not want to be tied to the twisted things that they were saying I did by making me the Sandy Hook man. And I wanted to be able to try to set the record straight because it wasn't just hurting me, it was hurting my family. And I also realized that it was going to get other people, or possibly to make it a big issue. And it did. It made it bigger. It made it 1,000 times bigger than it ever was when other people covered it. And it was just huge. And I had people on the street, shopping malls, grocery stores, saying, "Stop talking about Sandy Hook."
Objection here, said objection on response.
Sustained.
You made a video in November of that year. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Called Final Statement on Sandy Hook.
yes.
What was your purpose in making that video?
To tell the media why I questioned things, but that I thought that it probably did happen and that I did not want to talk about it anymore. So that was basically where I stood, because I was getting a lot of calls from the media saying they wanted to interview me. And I was saying, I don't want to talk about Sandy Hook.
As you sit here today, do you realize what a mistake it was to allow yourself to be baited into making that video?
I feel I was completely baited, not just that time, but many other times after, and just caught in this situation where I've been basically typecast as someone that runs around talking about Sandy Hook, who made money off Sandy Hook, who was obsessed with Sandy Hook, when it was less than 1/10% over those 6 years of what we covered. And so it was extremely frustrating. It was frustrating then. It's infinitely more now.
In 2016, how much coverage did you give to Sandy Hook?
I believe almost none.
That video?
I think in my notes, it's like 20 minutes or something. I'm not sure.
Let's go into 2017. And I want to ask you some questions about Megyn Kelly. Did you know Megyn Kelly before 2017?
No.
How did she approach you?
She kept calling my cell phone.
And at some point, without telling us what she said, did you agree to the interview?
Yes.
About how many phone calls did it take before you agreed?
I don't remember. A lot.
Why did you agree to the interview?
Because I was told that I would be allowed to say that I thought Sandy Hook happened and apologize to the families.
And did that turn out to be the case?
No.
Tell us about the process of filming the profile. How did that go?
She came to the office at about 9 a.m. and we were done at about 10 o'clock at night. And then I was like 3 minutes of the program, all edited together with jump cuts.
What's a jump cut?
It's like with the refrigerator magnet game where you can move the words around however you want. And when you know you got jump cuts, because the shots keep changing. And we're talking every 4 or 5 words being jump cut, so that it would make it appear that I wasn't sorry or that I wasn't sad about it and that I was continuing to do it.
Do you recall around when did the filming occur before or after April of 2017?
I believe it was in April.
When you realized what was going on, did you make a video addressing the media and what had happened?
I made several. I actually released the audio of Megyn Kelly. I recorded her once saying, "We're going to let you set the record straight and say that you think Sandy Hook happened," and all the rest of it. And then I also shot a Father's Day video to the families saying, "I'd like to have you on the show, and I'm sorry for what happened. And I believe that these mass shootings happen." And that was my attempt, because the media was saying on Father's Day, he will attack the families, coming up NBC, just promos everywhere on all the major news channels. How dare he attack them on Father's Day? And then I haven't seen the report yet.
Again, he's hearsay
Hearsay.
testimonies to other networks.
Sustained, hearsay sustained.
At this-
So remember, Mr. Jones, if you heard it, it's hearsay. Yes, that's why they're there. If you heard it, it's hearsay. So TV, that's hearsay. There are some exceptions, but I don't think any of your testimony is going to qualify for an exception.
At this point, we will play Plaintiff's Exhibit 21, which is in evidence, Your Honor.
All right?
Didn't happen. When I explained to her both sides of it, and I explained that I only had debate,
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get the volume to work.
Sure.
Let's try.
she makes it sound like I'm saying Sandy Hook didn't happen. When I explained to her both sides of it, and I explained that I only had debates and looked at the full story. Here's the heart of 1776. And gentlemen, in the last 24 hours, according to Twitter, according to Google, according to Facebook, the #1 trending story in the United States, one of the top stories in the world, has been Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones. Those two names together. I would think that having this huge firestorm controversy taking place, MSM would actually interview me or would actually go to the live feeds and videos that I put out concerning the controversy. But they won't do it. Only a handful, USA Today, New York Daily News, and others have actually run with this fact that I have said to end this controversy that I think the Megyn Kelly interview coming up on Father's Day this Sunday that she did with me last week here in Austin should be shelved. Now, the reason I say that is Megyn Kelly misrepresented my views and where I stand on Sandy Hook in the edit for the promo piece she put out, and I'm sick and tired of it. And I'll break more of that down in a few minutes. The big secret here is hidden in plain view. I put out a video a year ago saying I believe Sandy Hook happened. I put out a video 2 years ago saying I believed it leaned towards the official story being at least partially true, though they had some PR firms there and were trying to exacerbate and use the crisis. As Ron Emanuel said, don't let a good crisis go to waste. And they will never actually quote what I said. They will take a devil's advocate statement I made out of context. Hillary Clinton ran ads in the campaign featuring me, very manipulated and edited. It's ongoing. So imagine this. I have come out and said again in a video yesterday and the day before, 2 different new videos, that I believe Sandy Hook happened, and they will not run it anywhere but 3 publications when there are thousands and thousands and thousands. #1 story. Now think about that. That is the deception. What are they doing here? They want to demonize new media, alternative media, by misrepresenting what we say and do. They want to come in and start censoring new media and the internet. And they're using InfoWars.com as the poster child for it. And if they're able to do it to us, they can do it to you. Now, some will say then, well, then why are you saying pull the interview if they're trying to misrepresent you in MSM to restrict your speech? It's because Megyn is playing along with it. She's in with the Sandy Hook groups. She speaks at their events. This is all a big PR event. Having them protest her then gives it more hype and then puts it out there like I'm the ultimate demon on the earth. Imagine this. A week and a half ago, she interviews Putin. supposedly the evil mass murdering criminal they claim, but it's okay for her to talk to Putin. Only Alex Jones is so bad. Only Alex Jones is so evil that we can't see his interview. And on top of that, we can't hear what he actually has to say. So the reason I'm saying, sure, don't air the interview is because it's going to be edited to misrepresent what I said. In the promo piece, she makes it sound like I'm saying Sandy Hook didn't happen. When I explained to her both sides of it, and I explained that I only had debates and looked at the full story. It's incredible. And so I'm tired of being misrepresented. And despite the fact I came out yesterday and said, pull the interview, almost no coverage of that, even though it's sensational. Well, this is the top story in the country, to have the person being interviewed to say, yes, go ahead and pull it, and almost no coverage. That's because they want the straw man, the edited straw man of Alex Jones, the doppelganger, the imposter. They want to use that and hold that up and then misrepresent what I've said or what I've done. I'm talking about the 28 pages on our government ordering a stand down for Saudi Arabia that's now been declassified, and the 28 pages. They say that I say the firefighters blew up the World Trade Centers. Firefighters were heroes, so were the police. They were some of our witnesses to the bombs that were in the buildings. Again, that's how they misrepresent. I point out that in the Iraq War, they staged events and lied us into that conflict, claiming that babies were being thrown out of incubators, that babies were being killed, and all the rest of this garbage. And that we can't just sit here and trust an MSM that has shown itself to be such incredible liars. Why is this happening? This is happening because dinosaur media, the term I coined, is in crisis. It's falling apart. The dwindling water holes they have of corporate money are evaporating, and new media that questions their lies in real time is popping up everywhere. Just today on InfoWars.com, there are tons of links to mainstream media being caught interviewing actors, interviewing political consultants, and claiming that they were just people on the street. There's new articles coming out with a little boy that was bombed in Syria, supposedly by the Russians, and his family coming out and saying it was actually ISIS that bombed them. I mean, everything they say is being reversed. Everything they promote is being disproven. So what do they do when they're the fake media? They go and they pick somebody who's prominent like myself, who supports Americana, who supports the restoration of our republic, who supports President Trump, to try to destroy his base. They try to destroy me. And they try to also intimidate all of you, that if you ever question official narratives, you will be destroyed. But I want to be clear before I go over these articles. Megyn Kelly told me I'm not going to get into Sandy Hook or any of this other stuff. You know, I might just mention it and just let you clarify. And then she interrogated me, asked me 5 or 6 times on each subject, never stopped, and then edited the promo piece together deceptively. And that's why I'm saying don't air it, because I don't want to be used in another deception to drive wedges in this country. And again, undoubtedly, for years, this whole Sandy Hook PR deal with Bloomberg and Big Money and MSM, not the families, but Big Money and MSM, clearly is synthetic, is fake, and is pushing this like it's war propaganda or something against myself and the independent media, just hammering and hammering and hammering and hammering where I stand and what I believe. It is the fact that MSM is so untrusted that the public didn't buy Sandy Hook, and there were anomalies. And we'll go over some of those, and we're allowed to ask questions, and we're allowed to investigate, because that's what a free society is based on. And governments are famous for staging things or using real crises, but then exacerbating them, and everybody knows that. So again, all they're doing is building us up. We're getting more traffic, more viewers, more supporters. We're selling more products. We're getting more sponsors knocking down our doors, which shows how pathetic MSM is. So shows the fact that they are targeting people who are on the fence and don't know if MSM is telling the truth or not. They're trying to bully and intimidate anybody that asks questions. So let's look at these stories here. A new Ben Garrison cartoon, based, of course, on my original term, dinosaur media. You got ISIS working with MSM, CNN. You got NBC. They're down here in the water hole getting their money. And here comes Stefan Molyneux. Here comes Paul Watson. Here comes Cernovich. Here comes InfoWars. InfoWars. Here comes Drudge. Here comes Breitbart. And just like the meteors, just like the asteroid, just like the comet coming down and killing the dinosaurs, that's exactly what's happening here. And then continuing, this is a new story on InfoWars.com by Paul Joseph Watson. Fake news. MSNBC pretends Obama campaign director is random woman on the street. That's how dumb they think you are. There's a bunch of examples where they also have actors and staged events just lately below it. Remember this when they, on election night had their own camera people being interviewed and claiming that they were just citizens. This is why people don't trust them. This is why people don't believe them. This is an excellent article from Zero Hedge. Alex Jones implores NBC not to air interview with liar Megyn Kelly. This article, better than anyone I've seen, I'm going to post on InfoWars.com. Exactly how I feel, what's actually happened. It's from iBankcoin.com originally. It's from 0 Point Now is who posted it. This article, I need to get this person to write for InfoWars. They absolutely get where I stand. They're journalists. They actually reported on what I said. They showed my quotes going back over years saying, I don't know what happened, but it's got more holes out of the Swiss cheese. And, I believe kids die, but it needs to be investigated. And there's definitely a cover-up of the particulars. They really get it together here. Very, very important article. And they also understand it's big news. Well, this is a top story. And I'm saying, hey, I want the interview pulled, but nobody will cover it. USA Today and a few others. Now let's continue right here with this. Again, this computer's locking up. Maybe they'll shut down here in just a minute. The point is, ladies and gentlemen, the globalists are absolutely panicking right now. And when we come back from break here in a few minutes, we'll get into some more of the history and some more of these articles and go over documented cases where our government claims kids are being killed when children aren't being killed. Not just the babies in incubators having their brains stomped out in Kuwait by Saddam Hussein's forces, a PR firm, totally fake. Fake video, fake photos, but so many other modern cases of ISIS rebels hitting people with nerve gas and then blaming it again on the Russians. And the UN even found that that was a staged event. So if you have these staged events over and over and over again, it's okay to question them. But the bigger question is, why are they attacking InfoWars? Why are they so desperate? Why are they coming after us? Because they're scared of the fact that we're the leading independent media, that we understand the paradigm, and that the operating system of the American reboot of restoring our republic was basically re-engineered by InfoWars and is now being adopted across the board. We are writing the talking points now for conservative talk radio, for the libertarian movement, and for so many others. We take the hit, we get demonized, we get attacked, but we don't care because we popularize it and make it safe for others, just like Trump is smashing political correctness. We'll be right back after this break with more, and then Owen Schroyer's coming up. I'm taking off a little bit this morning to take my daughter to the desk. Stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live in SM. The dinosaur media is absolutely panicking. They do not know what to do. And so now they're attempting to say that I'm even more evil than their top demon, Putin, and that I cannot be seen on NBC. That will legitimize me. No, actually, that will upset our listeners and folks that absolutely hate MSM. The only reason I would go on it would be able to reach out to people that are still in the matrix and also experience the deception of Megyn Kelly for myself, which I did. Megyn Kelly needs the alternative media. They need us, not the other way around. She needed this publicity. And from my research, I think the whole thing is basically staged. She works with the Sandy Hook groups. And this whole protest thing is about giving her massive attention so that the interview gets record ratings for failed Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly dropped as host for Sandy Hook Group's gala over Alex Jones' interview. See, she's deep in bed with this. And Bloomberg admits he's used the Sandy Hook groups as a red shirt to wave around to demonize the Second Amendment and then blame all gun owners for the deaths. Again, talk about a frame-up, talk about criminal and disgusting and using these poor grieving families. Alex Jones doubles down on Sandy Hook conspiracy theory and disgusting Megyn Kelly interview because the way she edited the promo. Not what I said. I said I believed that people die. So again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the type of garbage that we're dealing with. Look, I know I'm moving fast here. It's because there's so much evidence. Remember the British ambassador coming out and saying that clearly the false flag chemical attack a few months ago in Syria was carried out by the rebels as an attempt to get the U.S. to come into the war. I mean, think about how our government funded the Arab Spring that's killed almost 1 million people and put radical jihadists in power. And Hillary makes jokes about, I came, I saw, he died. Think about Madeleine Albright, who was Secretary of State under the Clintons, saying, yeah, 500,000 kids is no big deal dying in Iraq for our war with the sanctions that Clinton expanded. Again, these are cold-blooded monsters. And then they turn around and say, we question events that clearly have big PR firms involved, that we somehow are monsters and evil. It isn't going to work. Nothing can put mainstream media back together again. Everybody knows about the baby in the incubators. Everybody knows about other staged events. Everybody knows about CNN caught staging fake halls, town halls, and CNN caught, giving the questions to Hillary from the debate beforehand, and the WikiLeaks, and how they're all colluding, and the fake polls. You guys are the globalists. You're the enemies. You're the people that have hijacked America. You're the threat to our children. You're the people that are cold and heartless and don't care, not us. But again, I want to encourage people to read the Zero Hedge article that breaks it all down, because they absolutely are on target with this report, where they ask the questions that the media seems so scared that I might even actually talk about if the Megyn Kelly interview aired. Why does the Sandy Hook Elementary School website have zero traffic for 4 years before the event and show it was closed? Why were there several reports of other shooters dressed in camouflage in the woods that fled, of whom the police allegedly detained? Why were porta potties, sandwiches, and fruit drinks and chips brought up and set up for the crime scene in just an hour or so? Sandy Hook, and it just goes on and on. An FBI crime stat which shows no murders occurred in Newtown in 2012. Why didn't they let paramedics and EMTs in the building? 27 children were declared dead in 8 minutes. Why was Adam Lanza's home burned to the ground by the bank? Why have they declared all the records totally secret? These are questions the public has. They're the ones asking it. They're the ones demanding it. I've said I believe children did die there, but PR firms are involved, admittedly, hyping it up as much as possible. But there's been a cover-up, and Anderson Cooper got caught faking where his location was with blue screen. I mean, it's all there. We don't know what happened. I believe kids died, but the same media that's faking a bunch of other stuff and faking war propaganda is saying that I have said things that I never said that have been taken out of context, and now won't report when I'm saying don't air the interview on Father's Day to hurt fathers and demonize men, and that you edited me out of context and that I don't want it aired. Why won't they actually report on what I'm saying? I'm Alex Jones. This is the InfoWars. Coming up, Owen Schroyer in studio the next 30 minutes. Then I'll be back in studio coming up live. Please spread the word, because the truth lives at InfoWars.com.
At the time you filmed that segment, had you ever heard the name Neil Heslin?
I don't believe so.
In addition to filming this clip, going after the mainstream media for the way they were covering the event, did you also film a piece reaching out to the families?
Yes. Are you talking about the Father's Day message?
Yes. And why did you film it?
Because I wanted the families to know that I believed their children died and I was being used as a pawn, like putting two pit bulls in a cage that was attack each other. And I wanted it to stop. I didn't want to cause them any more pain. And it was also causing my family a lot of problems. And so I wanted it to stop. And I didn't want to be sucked into it anymore. That's why I agreed to the Megyn Kelly interview. She said, I'll just talk about it a little bit. And I said, well, I'd like to be able to clarify that I think it happened. But she didn't let that get out on air. So I'm sorry. Sorry about this. So that's why I shot the Father's Day report.
This time we play Exhibit 67 in evidence, the Father's Day.
All right,
I woke up this morning on Father's Day and I was holding my young infant daughter in my arms, looking into her eyes, sitting out on the back porch, hearing the birds sing, and it just brought tears to my eyes, thinking about all the parents that have lost their children on Father's Day or Mother's Day, who have to then think about that. Parents should never have to bury their own children. And that's why on Father's Day, I want to reach out to the parents of the slain children at the horrible tragedy in Newtown, Connecticut, and give you my sincere condolences. I'd also like to reach out to any of the parents who lost a child in Newtown to invite them to contact me to open a dialogue, because I think it's really essential we do that. Instead of letting the MSM misrepresent things and really try to drive this nation apart. Right now is a time for unity and peace in our country, I think now more than ever.
After the Megyn Kelly profile aired, Owen Schroyer on InfoWars as an employee of Free Speech Systems reported on a Zero Hedge story about Sandy Hook. You recall that?
Yes.
Did you know he was going to cover it?
No.
To your knowledge, before that piece aired, had anyone on InfoWars ever mentioned Neil Heslin by name?
No.
Why haven't you fired Owen Schroyer for airing that segment?
Because I asked him why he did it, and he's testified that he wasn't denying his son died. He was saying, why did Megyn Kelly put two conflicting things out? Obviously knowing journalistically that would stir up a larger debate. And also, go ahead.
You know, though, that the gist of that report, as found by the court, was, as found by the court, defamatory to Mr. Heslin.
Well, it was not my intention. I didn't know that. Owen, it's his opinion that he didn't mean to be that way. And also, Owen came to work after I put out the directive to not cover Sandy Hook anymore. And it was an oversight that while they're just printing out hundreds of articles and bringing in newspapers for the host to look at, you're not told cover this. They just bring in news articles and stacks of things. He saw that, thought it was interesting, and covered it. And I don't think he intentionally, in my view, I understand the judges said that that's the case, but I know that's not the case with me. And Owen's a really classy guy and really is sad about what happened. So he would never, in my view, want to do anything to just randomly hurt people. I didn't even know who Mr. Heslin was, never said his name. He's a really nice person now that I know him. His ex-wife's an amazing person, very, very touching what she's doing. I really support, I'd like to work with your network. I agree, we've got to choose love and fix this evil that's ripping our country apart. And I'm just very blessed to be able to be here and actually say what I think and what I stand for instead of a bunch of edited, out of context tapes. But I do acknowledge that I unintentionally took part in things that did hurt these people's feelings, and I'm sorry for that.
To your knowledge, did you make money off of your Sandy Hook coverage?
No, we lost money. It really hurt us with a large part of the audience. And Paul Watson basically ended up quitting over it. And saying you cannot get sucked in by Pachinik and all this. This is not good. And And around the time that happened, I guess 2015 or so, I listened to him, but it was just like a cold sore, resurface occasionally. This is a talk show. And so, I mean, look, now any mass shooting, like I said, I almost didn't dare the tape of the head of the state police saying there's a cover up in Uvalde. No, I'm sure children die is terrible, but I'm like hands off now because I don't want to be sucked into this black hole of mass shootings anymore.
Let me, we've had some testimony about 2018 deplatforming of your business. What has that meant in terms of your audience reach?
What it does is you're technically still on the internet, kind of like if you're in a prison, you're still on the earth. People have to come visit you in the prison. They have to come to InfoWars.com. You can't get it anywhere else other than edited things your enemies put out. So you're not just locked in a prison. It'd be like being locked in your house. You're still in Austin, but you can't go to the store. You can't go. Hundreds of platforms have barred us being there. And even things like Airbnbs and Uber, it's a social credit scores being tested on us that China has, and they admit that. And so it's been horrible, and it has crippled the number of people we're able to reach. And again, the worst part is people in the establishment, the corporate media, then can misrepresent what you said on Twitter or Facebook, and you can't respond. That's why big newspapers have got rid of comments. They don't even want people to go respond when they gaslight people. They can just say whatever they want about you and cobble things together, and then you can't respond. They edit the tape, they air it, and then you can't go show them the tape of what really happened. And they make sure that's their key, is that you can't ever respond. And then they steal your identity, basically. Then they build this demon out of bad things you did and good things you did. But the point is, they magnify your faults, they blow it up, and then now they own you. They can say what they want about you. They can do what they want. They can falsely quote you, and they can basically do it with impunity. And it's next level 1984. So that's been the worst part about debanking, deplatforming, and all the persecution and all the things that have come with it, is that you don't have a voice anymore in the utility that is the internet. Because these companies have utility protections. They're not publishers. That's how they're protected. And so they have immunity, basically, and then can say whatever they want. Everybody else can attack you on those platforms, but then you can't respond and defend yourself. So it's identity theft is what it is.
Let me switch gears. We've touched on this already. As you sit here today, what are your beliefs around the Sandy Hook school shooting?
Oh, I've certainly studied it now, and I should have done a better job studying it. There was an initial cover-up of what happened, in my view, because the local government was covering its time like they've done in Uvalde. Those children really died, and they had a cover-up there and submitted. There's now state investigations of the cover-up. Texas Rangers are on it. And the governor said it's an outrageous cover-up. And it's incompetence is what it was. And I thought it was incompetent what happened in Florida a few years ago.
Objection on this.
And well, I mean,
Sustained.
what's the question? Sorry.
My question was, as you sit here today, what is your position, your view on what happened, the murders at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012?
A young man on psychotropic drugs And the inserts on those say can make you do mass shootings, mass murders, as he says it on the insert.
I think we're coming really close to contempt here. We object again for hearsay.
Okay,
Sustain.
I'll move on.
you're asking what I think Sandy Hook happened. And I think it's a terrible event. And I think we need to protect our children from mentally ill psychopaths. And I think there was a cover up because they had warnings. The FBI knew about it. They knew he was planning to attack the school. That's been in the New York Times. And I think once that.
I'm going to object again for hearsay.
Well, right now, there's actually no question. We're just
Okay.
talking.
All right.
And this is not a conversation,
Okay,
and it's not a show. It's a question. Answer to the question asked of you.
got it. Yes,
So that objection is sustained, and we need another question.
I'm wrapping up. And I want you to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is that you're trying to accomplish with it.
I'm trying to challenge the military industrial complex. I'm trying to challenge the powerful international forces that I believe are taking control of our country. And I want to try to get people to ask questions and to not believe the official story and to try to investigate things for themselves. And I'm trying to promote American values of the First Amendment and of the people's right to think and to make decisions on their own, and for the public's right to be able to listen to what they want to listen to and watch what they want to watch and read what they want to read. And that's really what, in my view, this is all about. Is the worst speech out there is, even if you disagree with it, even if it's the KKK and horrible people like Nazis, I want to protect their right, because if we take their right of speech away, we're going to end up all losing our rights. It is more than a slippery slope. And I regret that I, by my mistakes.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
When you look back on your 20 plus years in the media, what are you most proud of?
I'm most proud of early on exposing that the WMDs weren't in Iraq, that it was a fraud and it was a lie. And I'm very, very proud of being the first to expose Jeffrey Epstein and his child trafficking rings. We're on record to be the first to expose that a decade before anybody else by name. But even exposing the island and the rest of it from our sources. And I am proud of the fact that we have inspired a lot of great people and independent journalists that are doing great work. We've inspired a lot more good people than we have bad people. And, you know, I'm actually proud of the fact that I got a chance to have Neil and Scarlett come over to me and shake my hand and, you know, talk to me yesterday so I could tell them face to face that I'm sorry.
Sustain.
Pass the list.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, you see, I got a lot to talk to you about. Before I do that, though, before I talk to you about the details, history of this case, I want to know, you taking this trial seriously? You approaching it in good faith?
Absolutely.
Okay. The truth is, you and your company want the world to believe that this judge is rigging this court proceeding to make sure that a script, a literal script, is being followed. That's what you want the world to believe, right?
Aren't I barred from talking about this?
I'm asking you the question, Mr. Jones. Answer
The
the question.
way court works is you answer a question until there's an objection.
Let me ask you the question again, Mr. Jones. Make sure you understand it very clearly. You and your company want the world to believe that this judge is rigging this court proceeding so that a script, and I mean a literal script, is being followed. That's what you want the world to believe. That's what InfoWars wants.
I believe when you're given a court order that you cannot say you're innocent, that's not America, and the court order's right there on the table. I've been told I can't say I'm innocent.
So you need to answer the question that is asked.
I asked you this question. Yes or no, that's what you want the world to believe.
No, I believe the jury's real,
Okay.
and I believe that I'm innocent until proven guilty, and I believe the jury should decide my guilt.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to offer a clip from InfoWars on Friday for the purposes of impeachment in which those exact words are said.
All right? You have an objection?
I haven't seen the clip, Your Honor.
Do you want to see it before we play it?
I would.
All right.
That one in particular, I think it's about 15 seconds.
Can you, somebody to watch it without making the whole jury leave?
You want to show me on your phone?
I guess you can maybe go outside the courtroom, Mr. Randall.
Do you have the ability to do that? Is it-
Do you have the ability for me to show it to him outside the courtroom? That's not going to cause a problem. Okay. Yeah, it'll take her a minute to unplug and plug back in.
All right, well, why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead and let the jury take a morning break? So 20 minutes or less, maybe 15 minutes. And we'll make sure we get through as much that has to be done outside of the jury as possible before you come back. So go ahead and take the break. Remember my instructions.
Rise.
Shut the door for me. Everyone may be seated. Here's what I want to do. And we can send Mr. Jones into the hall if we need to. I don't know if you have other impeachment evidence. That I don't want to do this over and over and over and over.
Correct.
Okay,
I also do want to avoid, though, disclosing impeachment evidence. I don't have to disclose to Mr. Raynaud when he then gets a break to go talk to his client at some point about that impeachment evidence. That's my other.
well, really, I'm the one who probably needs to see it more than anybody else. So why don't you send it to me and I'll watch it in chambers by myself.
Do you want me to send any video I might use for impeachment? Because it's pretty short. It's not long.
I was just gonna say, how long will it take?
I would it would probably take you 2 minutes to 3 minutes.
Yes, that'll be fine.
Okay.
All right. Mr.
Yeah.
Jones, you can go down next to your counsel while we take this break. Yes, Mr. Raynaud.
I object to the process that has just been described between the court and the plaintiff's attorneys. I think it amounts to an ex parte communication.
So you want me to bring the jury in and out every time?
Well, if Mr. Bankston wants to keep playing little video clips that he got off the internet a week ago, yes.
For impeachment purposes?
I understand, Your Honor. He's got 8 years, a decade of videos. It seems unnecessary, and if that's the process, that's the process.
My only other request, and if we want to do it in a way in which Mr. Raynaud is allowed to see all of my impeachment evidence while Mr. Jones notwithstanding, is to sequester Mr. Raynaud and Mr. Jones in any break in the testimony.
I don't think that that's appropriate either. I mean, I'm not going to discuss anything with Mr. Jones that I'm not supposed to.
Okay.
Well, let's watch the one we've already talked about.
Okay.
So let's watch that one.
Can you
The
pull up
door
that
is
first
shut.
one?
Can we shut the door, deputy, please, all the way?
Hold on, let me tell you my. Yes, there you go.
No.
Oh, we
Oh,
need, yeah.
yeah.
we need-
Oh, my God.
Your
I'm
Honor.
not sure that that's
I need to go to the bathroom. anyways.
necessary. Okay, fine. Is that all right with you, Mr. Raynaud?
It's fine with me.
Okay.
You tell me when to leave, I'll leave.
I'm not telling you to leave. You said you needed to use the restroom.
Oh, yeah, do you have our earphones? Well, she wants to see this one.
No, but this
We'll just do this one this way. You want to do PBX 33 for me? No problem.
When the judge is rigging the court proceeding to make sure that the script, and this is literally a script gets told in a certain way for future audiences.
That will definitely be allowed for impeachment.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you?
It's free speech systems.
Okay, you're right, you're right.
I mean,
Okay. I heard him say you were on your show saying these things, but
we can go back, but he said your company.
fair enough. Fair enough.
And I think, Your Honor, maybe a way we can do this, we'll see if Mr. Raynall can agree to this, is that we can have Mr. Raynall come back and listen to it on your phone as contemporary testimony.
As long as it doesn't play,
In the courtroom loud.
yeah, I mean,
I've got some earbuds.
the truth is, it's for impeachment. I don't know what it is. Obviously, I haven't seen any of them,
Right.
so,
It probably won't be that helpful to you see the question.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So I think maybe the way we can do it is if you can figure out a way to let Mr. Raynall listen to it on headphones at the stand,
We might need
if there
to
are an objection.
practice that.
Yeah, can you see if we can do that before,
Technologically.
because I don't want it, she's right, I don't want it blaring out the courtroom. Have a way to.
Just try it with this clip we just watched. And it would have to not show at the same time, right? Like it can't.
I think that's probably pretty sure. Well. Yeah, I think that's right.
Was a motion limit system can't do that. To show, talk, show.
If she wants that. I have some headphones. I'd rather use my headphones than their headphones if they'll connect.
Sure,
okay.
that's
Yeah.
okay. I don't care what headphones you use.
Are they Bluetooth and stuff? though?
Yeah, they're Apple.
Okay, can you get it connected? I think? I just don't wanna
Well,
mess
he
up your
wants to get his own.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He wants to connect to our computer with his Bluetooth.
Oh, and
I
you
wanna
don't
make
want
sure-
him to do that.
No, I just want to make sure it
That's
doesn't
fine, I
mess up.
understand
hers.
That's fine. We'll just take a break. Mr. Raynall will stand up and say, don't play it, and I'll make the jury go in the back. And we'll do it 900 times. I'm sure they will love that.
On with me here.
All right. Oh, my tech said they may have some packaged headphones that we can use, so I'll just have them bring those up. Those sound like they have cord. Does your computer have a input for?
You have a stereo
cord?
jack?
All
Yes.
of this part does not need to be on the record. I'm so sorry, Mr. Block, for not telling you off the record. The hardest working person in the courtroom. So we're ready. We're ready for the jury to come back. Okay,
Yes.
we're ready. Although, you know what? It's 10:18. Let's just, everyone just take a break. 10 minutes, no more. We can possibly manage it. All rise.
Sure you won't be done until after that. All right, so y'all gonna go break first and keep that here, so. See,
Thank you. Or nothing.
Oh,
They just got that paper.
It's in.
They work.
Go get your client ready. Thanks.
that for personal use or for potential?
Yeah. If you're listening, get in here.
I'll be able to still.
I know.
How much is age? That's fine. Looks like it's like, he was getting old, age 35-year-old. Yeah.
And if you saw it.
Or 74.
Yes.
That's kind of weird. It's just Cooper.
Hey, shit.
Yeah. See the stupid deal. It's been reached. There's a free option.
Oh, he said.
I'm giving my phone to take a picture of it.
I know you do. Yeah, yeah. Whoa. You just like, are you just like you were getting?
Sorry, I'll load Kyle. Yes, Kyle and Dave.
Oh, you here?
Yeah.
You can go back up there and sit up there, Ben. Alex.
All right. So let's do this. Here's the new stages of denial, the new stages of grief.
Make sure I didn't make any noise.
Turn it off. Well, I can't. That doesn't mean it's there.
Those contacts and then balance.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why the judge is.
All right. You may be seated. And Mr. Bankston, I think we left off. You can just start right back where you were.
Sure, Your Honor. At this point, we would like to offer for impeachment purposes a video from InfoWars on Friday, July 29th.
All right.
Let's go ahead and play that.
That's why the judge is rigging the court proceeding to make sure that the script, and this is literally a script gets told in a certain way for future audiences.
That man's name is Robert Barnes.
Yes.
Okay. That's InfoWars?
Yes.
He was hosting your show on the 29th?
Yes.
Well, you were on the show for part of the 29th, right? You were in the courtroom part of it, on your show part of it.
I believe so.
Okay. And Mr. Barnes, he's a frequent anchor on InfoWars?
He's been a frequent guest for about 6 years or so.
He's also represented you in this case as an attorney?
Yes.
Okay. You say, Mr. Jones, that you're taking these court proceedings seriously. You're approaching them in good faith. But the truth of the matter is, you've been broadcasting repeatedly a picture of our judge on fire, haven't you?
Objection compound, Your Honor.
No.
You have to wait till the court rules.
Oh.
Overruled. There was a statement and then a question.
Mr. Jones, I'm going to hand you what I've marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 129. Your show, isn't it?
That's Justice on Fire.
Oh, okay. That's from your show, isn't it?
Yes, I haven't seen this.
And you've been running this video repeatedly, haven't you?
No, I've not been there a lot of the time.
You haven't been there a lot of the time. You've been there every day this last week, haven't you? Every single day.
No, I taped some of the shows. Not been there today.
Your Honor, I'd like to move 130 to 129 into evidence.
Is this impeachment evidence? Is this I'm not exactly sure what Mr. Bankston wants to do.
I think he wants to impeach Mr. Jones with it.
Does he want to introduce it? Is it just to show to the jury, or does he want it to
No, I
go
think
into?
I'm first moving to
Moved
admit
it
it as
into
evidence.
evidence. He's moving that it be accepted into evidence. Do you have an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the legal objection?
401, 402.
Can I see it, please?
Yes, you may, Your Honor.
Plaintiff's 129 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you display 129? Do you have the ability? The person on the left of this image is our judge, correct?
Yes,
The person on the right is another judge you don't like, right?
yes.
Okay. One of the things, you can take that down. One of the things you've been talking about a lot recently on your show, even within the past couple months, is your allegation that government officials are aiding in pedophilia, child trafficking, and the grooming of children, right?
You mean like what Jeffrey Epstein did with the Clintons?
Sure, if that's a yes, is that a yes?
Yes,
Okay. And on Thursday, you and InfoWars started connecting those allegations to our judge, didn't you?
no,
In fact, Mr. Jones, you're telling the world not to believe what happens in this courtroom because the judge worked with Child Protective Services, who you say is involved with pedophilia and child trafficking, correct?
not all of it, but the Texas Youth Commission got caught doing it a lot. There's a lot of that here.
I'm not asking you that, Mr. Jones. I'm asking you, you're telling the world not to believe what's happened in this trial because this judge is involved with CPS, who is working with child traffickers and pedophilia, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, we would like to show a clip from Mr. Jones' show on Thursday where those words are said.
For impeachment
For
purposes.
impeachment purposes, yes, Your Honor.
I'd like to hear the clip.
All right. Do we have a system or just a, okay.
Yeah, it's not going to come up on.
And it won't show yet,
Yeah, make
right?
sure it doesn't show on screen.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Not appropriate to get into improper impeachment.
Well, those are two different objections and a statement. So is it impeachment on a collateral matter or an improper impeachment?
It is an improper impeachment because it is on a collateral matter.
And the collateral matter is what he's saying about me.
Correct.
And the question is about whether he's taking this seriously.
Correct.
Rule.
Thank you, Your Honor. This time, Commissioner PVX 34.
Judge Maya Gamble comes from CPS, who has been exposed for human trafficking and working with pedophiles.
That's what you mean when you say you're taking this seriously.
I take this as serious as cancer. And I mean, I don't know, you show somebody else's clip that they're always a few seconds long. Why don't you play the whole thing?
Mr. Jones, that's not someone else's clip, is it?
I didn't direct or produce it, what I'm saying.
You certainly published it.
I'm not standing behind it. I have to see the full thing.
So you don't stand by the things you publish about our judge on your show repeatedly, day after day.
No, I said, I don't not stand behind it. I need to see not just 5-second clips.
Well, we can talk about what you said before that.
Can you play, how long's the clip? Can you play the whole clip?
Mr. Jones, you're not asking questions today. You understand that, sir?
Oh, I thought I could ask to see a full document. If somebody showed me something, I could see what it was.
This is a question from the lawyer, answer from the witness.
Okay.
Not the other way around.
The only thing I want to ask you about is not all the other weird stuff you said in that video. I just wanted to ask you about the question that I asked you, which you said, no, I'm not saying the judge is connected to pedophile and child trafficking. This is you taking this trial seriously and in good faith? That's what this is?
It's a 5-second clip. I don't know what you cut off or on.
Does it matter? Is there anything before and after that that would make it great to show pictures of our judge on fire and telling the world she's involved in pedophile? Can you tell me the context that would occur before or after that makes that great? Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Dubois.
I believe if you're only wanting to go off 5 seconds, I believe the thing is the judge is the fire burning Lady Liberty. It's not the judge. The judge is consuming freedom.
Wouldn't you agree with me, Mr. Jones, that I sure hope some of your viewers are able to make that distinction that you just put on that air, don't you?
Object.
All I know is,
Speculation, Your Honor.
Withdraw.
is I take this very
Sustained
serious.
and withdrawn, so stop.
You tell your jury you're taking this trial seriously. But you're telling the world that someone inside Travis County government rigged the jury summons and picked these jurors specifically who don't know what planet they are on. Correct? That's what you're telling the world.
I'm saying that could potentially be a danger if they don't know what's going on.
I think that's potentially, is what you're saying. Potentially. You didn't go on your show and say those words, is what you're going to tell.
Can you show me?
I would be happy to. For the
Please do.
purposes of impeachment, we would like to now offer a video from Mr. Jones' show on Friday saying those words.
We'd object to impeachment on a collateral matter at 403, Your Honor.
Overruled.
This time, let's go ahead and play that video PDX 35.
Yeah, a lot of people are awake to the New World Order, but they're experts in leftist jurisdictions in sending out jury summons and hitting, let's just say this, extremely blue collar folks. I mean, half that jury panel does not know who I am. They said that. And when they were asked during the jury paneling yesterday, do you believe the media has ever got anything wrong about Alex Jones? They all unanimously said no. So it's people do live in all these different bubbles. And there's the bubbles that are awake and the bubbles that are questioning. But then there's the blue city bubbles where people do not know what planet they are on.
Mr. Jones, you don't like that this jury is made up of blue collar folks. You think that's wrong?
No, I don't think that.
You don't think they know what planet they're on?
I'm saying some people, like you said in your opening statements, that live in bubbles. We all live in bubbles. And if people live in a mainstream media bubble, they might not have ever seen what I really say or done. That's what I'm saying.
I understand that you've been unable to attend a good portion of this trial due to a medical issue. Is that correct?
Only a few, some other guests.
Sure. Sure, and you told the press outside this courthouse that it was because of an untreated hernia?
Well, I'm gonna have to get that taken care of. and
Your Honor.
other stuff.
It's absolutely inappropriate for Mr. Bankston to question Mr. Jones about his health issues. He wasn't under subpoena. He didn't have to be here. It's private information. What is right or wrong with his health?
Was it private and community?
Okay. Mr. Jones has the right to talk about his health with anyone he wants. We don't. Other people don't. You can talk to him about attendance. He's not required to be here. It's his choice. But let's not go into his, let's move on.
I hear you, Your Honor. That's
There
fine.
wasn't a real legal objection. It's kind of a,
Okay. You've been on your show most of last week, pretty much every day last week?
I did an hour here, I taped some as well.
Okay. And you've been screaming and yelling on your show, right?
Yes, just like the media's been doing that.
Okay. Haven't been coughing on your show, have you? All these coughs in court, they don't happen on the full hour of your show. You don't ever cough, right?
I mean, I've got cough drops right here in my pocket. I've got laryngitis and a torn larynx. I mean, it comes and goes. It starts burning, and then it's uncontrollable. And I have actually been coughing a lot on there. If you guys have been watching my show,
I have.
we'll have a cough button I can step on and cough. There's a button I step on, and I've been hacking and coughing. It's 100% real.
You were talking about how you've done thousands of hours of programming, right?
More than that over the years, yes.
Not all of it's been about Sandy Hook, right? You talk about a lot of other stuff, right?
Oh, in our estimation, over 99+% is not in Sandy Hook.
I want to talk about some of the other stuff. Boston bombing. You said it was fake, a DHS drill.
Your Honor, we're going to object 403. No relevance. Please.
we can get into it some because it's been already introduced. Some.
Well, I'm going to show the pattern here. Talk Boston bombing. You've been telling the world, fake, not real, a Department of Homeland Security drill, right?
There was a drill. I think real people got bombed, but we've asked questions on both sides here.
Yeah, you said the exact opposite. You've in fact said that some of those people who were claimed to be injured were crisis actors in other tragedies, just like in Sandy Hook, you said.
No, we reported on other people saying that.
And in fact, you've said about some of the people at Sandy Hook. During your coverage of Sandy Hook, you have said they were actually some of the people pretending to be injured in the Boston bombing. You said that.
I don't remember that.
Okay. Shooting of Representative Gabrielle Gifford. Do you remember when that happened in Arizona?
Yes,
Okay, and you said that was a government mind control operation, right?
I said the guy fit the bill.
Did you say he fit the bill, or did you tell your audience explicitly that was a government mind control operation? What did you do?
I didn't know you were bringing this up. That was a long time ago.
What about the Sutherland Springs church shooting just down the road from here? That wasn't that long ago. We said that that was fake, an Antifa false flag staged operation, right?
I believe we said that happened. We questioned, like Uvalde, everybody's questioning that.
About Oklahoma City, you said that's a false flag inside job.
Absolutely. I've interviewed the police officers and others that were there, found the other bombs inside. They've been on my show.
You remember the shooting in Parkland, Florida in 2018?
Yes.
You called a bunch of people crisis actors there. You said crisis actors were used in Parkland, Florida, right?
No, I didn't. I said they had the film, the drama club then go do interviews about it because they had skills to present themselves. I said that I believed that happened, and I had students on the day after the shooting saying it happened, and that there'd been a police stand down. And then CNN said I'd had actors on, and it wasn't true. I had real people. You
don't remember saying on the day of and the next day that it was a false flag engineered to start a civil war? Did you say that about Parkland?
They knew about the young deranged man he was known as school shooter. That was his nickname. And he was kicked out of school for threats at the time. And he was, again, left alone.
Sustained.
Mr. Jones, I asked you in that day and the day after, do you remember saying that Parkland was a false flag engineered to start a civil war?
I said it could. I mean, I believe it could be.
Okay. Las Vegas, the shooting there at the concert, said that's a false flag government operation, right?
Well, a lot of people have questions about Vegas. I mean, that was
objection,
So Mr.
non-response.
Jones, sustained. Mr. Jones, I know you want to tell what you want to tell us, but this is a question and
Got it.
answer. And so just like Mr. Reynal can ask you questions later and you'll get to answer them right now, you
Understand?
have to just listen to this question that Mr. Bankston asked you and just answer that.
Okay,
All right, let's try again.
Las Vegas shooting. You said it's a false flag, government operation.
I'm going to object 4-3 again. I think we've done enough down this road, John.
We'll finish with this one.
Okay.
I believe it should be investigated.
Would you agree with me that there is not a mass tragedy, mass bombing, mass shooting that has occurred in America in the past 15 years that you have not attached the words false flag?
I have asked the question because I believe a lot of things are provocateur or allowed to happen. I believe children died at Uvalde, and
Objection, non-responsive.
okay,
Sustained.
Mr. Jones, please listen to my question. It's a
Okay.
very, very simple question, okay? You would agree with me that every single mass tragedy, mass shooting, mass bombing that you can recall right now in the past 15 years, you have attached the words false flag to it. Yes or no?
no,
You remember yesterday you were testifying about what the word synthetic means over on that board?
yes,
Okay, and you testified that when you use the term synthetic, that means real stuff happened, but that it was being provocatorized with provocateurs. Okay,
it can mean both, but yes, generally.
okay. Well, I'd like to show you right now from plaintiff's exhibit 13A, plaintiff's video exhibit 13A in evidence, an example of you talking about something being synthetic. So can we play plaintiff's video exhibit 13A?
Yeah, when you're trying to, decipher cloak and dagger, dirty tricks, it's pretty hard to do. It's just that when you learn that they were funded by Western funding, then you learn that it was the same Amarillo Lockheed Connection underwear bomber. Then those are big red flags that they were patsy provocateurs. The classic MO has been followed. And then, yeah, it kind of becomes a red herring, to say the whole thing was staged. Because they have staged events before. But then you learn the school had been closed and reopened, and you got video of the kids going in circles in and out of the building, and they don't call the rescue choppers for 2 hours, and then they tear the building down and seal it, and they get caught using blue screens, and a email by Bloomberg comes out in the lawsuit where he's telling his people, get ready in the next 24 hours to capitalize on a shooting. So Sandy Hook is a synthetic, completely fake, with actors, in my view, manufactured. I couldn't believe it at first. I knew they had actors there clearly, but I thought they killed some real kids. And it just shows how bold they are, that they clearly used actors. They even ended up using photos of kids killed in mass shootings here in a fake mass shooting in Turkey. So, yeah, or Pakistan. The sky is now the limit. I appreciate your call.
Now, I think you'll agree with me, Mr. Jones, that when you were testifying yesterday about what the term synthetic means, you did not tell the jury it can mean both. You told them, would you agree with me, that it means something really happened. That's what you mean. That's what you said yesterday?
No, I'm saying that's totally synthetic. Back at the time for that 1 year, I was saying that it totally didn't happen in like 2014 or whatever it was.
Objection non-responsive.
No, that's not.
Okay, after the beginning, sustained.
We'll move on. Let's talk about Jim Fetzer for a minute. All right, I believe you just testified that you figured out Jim Fetzer was a little nutty. You came to that conclusion, right?
Yes,
Around 2015, that's what you testified to?
I don't remember the exact dates.
No, you just got it. You seem to remember pretty well when Mr. Reynal was testifying that you apparently put a ban on Sandy Hook coverage in 2015, right?
Objection, compound.
I told him I can't remember. I had notes. I can't.
Okay, when you hear objection, that means wait. Objection, compound,
Yeah, we began with Fetzer and we ended with.
sustain. One
Sure,
question at a time, please,
sure.
Mr. Bankston.
By 2015, you claiming you put a ban on Sandy Hook stuff, right? Just testified to that.
I believe that's around the time I told people to stop covering it.
And you knew Fetzer by that time. You figured out he was not well, right?
Yes,
And were you here for the testimony of your corporate representative, Brittany Paz? I don't know if you were here for that.
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Were you aware, either from seeing her testimony at an earlier point or from hearing about it secondhand, were you aware that she testified that at the time the company was using Jim Fetzer's material, that they knew he was not a well man? Did you see that testimony?
I didn't see that testimony.
Okay, Ms. Paz testified. If your corporate representative got up here and testified, when we were using Fetzer's stuff, we knew he was not credible. Would you disagree with that? Is she telling the truth?
I mean, I think she would have to be mistaken. We didn't have a corporate rep. So we went and hired someone to come look at all our books and everything and try to figure out what was going on. So, but no, I mean, I never interviewed Fetzer on that. None of us interviewed him on Sandy Hook. So did we cover a news article that might have had a quote by him or something in it? I saw that, but we weren't closely associated with him at that time, is my memory.
Again, objection on response.
It's the same.
With respect to Mr. Halbig, I believe you testified also just now. You figured out he was crazy in 2015, right?
Sometime around then, yeah.
Okay. And in fact, though, did you see Mrs. Paz's testimony? Where she said the company received emails from Wolfgang Halbig as early as 2014 that they thanked him for, that they knew were crazy. Did you see that testimony?
I did not see that testimony.
Okay, and you understand that she talked to all your employees, right? And she went and interviewed people and figured out what they thought about Mr. Halbig. You understand that happened?
That's what we hired her to do.
She talked to you too, right?
Yes.
When she went in there and testified under oath on behalf of the company, that the company in 2014 knew he was crazy and was thanking him for the things he was providing that were crazy, right?
Well, that's not my understanding of it, so.
Okay. Well, at least you here saying that you knew by 2015 he was crazy. So certainly we shouldn't see any things that Mr. Halbig said on your show after 2015, should we?
I told you that the dates all were together.
Sure. I understand. So it could have been, heck, maybe just yesterday you realized that Mr. Halbig was going to be a huge liability for you, right?
That was a long time ago.
Okay. Let's talk about a little 2015. You said you stopped covering Sandy Hook in 2015.
At some point.
Right, and I believe Mr. Reynal put Exhibit 31 in front of you, right? You know the list of videos
Yes.
when you made notes on?
No, I wasn't allowed to have the list.
Right, but you made notes on that video, on that list?
I watched it and I made some notes so I could try to accurately answer the question.
Okay, and you testified from that stopping in July 2015, which is the last video we have on that list in 2015, that for the next 16 months you didn't cover Sandy Hook. That's what you
I
said?
did not testify from it. I wasn't allowed to have it.
No, I'm telling you right now. I'm just telling you the video. July 2015 is the last one we have on that list. And we know you reviewed that list to calculate how long you didn't cover Sandy Hook. And you're going to tell me from July 2015 for the next 16 months you didn't cover Sandy Hook.
Not in the list we have. We tried to find everything.
Okay. Can you put up Exhibit 73 for me? Now you understand I don't have all your videos about Sandy Hook either. You understand that, right? Correct, Mr. Jones?
If you say so.
No, how about you say so? You understand that, right?
We have located what we were able to find. We believe it's almost all of it.
No, you remember Rob Dew testifying as your corporate representative. God knows where all the videos are. You remember that?
Well, that's deplatforming because
I objection non-responsive. Do you remember Rob Dew saying?
Just answer the question.
No, I don't.
Mr. Jones. Thank you.
See this email right here? You've seen it a few times in this lawsuit, haven't you?
yes.
This is Mr. Watson warning you, not in June 2015, not in March 2015, but he is warning you in December 2015 that this Sandy Hook stuff is killing us, correct?
Yes.
I think we can surmise pretty easily from this email that in July 2015, you did not put a ban on Sandy Hook. And in fact, there are videos that we don't have that Mr. Watson is talking about. Do you agree with me?
I mean, I don't know that. And that's us trying to not talk about it.
Is that what that is? That's you trying to, I think that's Mr. Watson telling you, Mr. Jones, a warning, right?
No, I was telling people not to cover it too.
Really? Who
Yes.
would you tell them not to?
Don Salazar, Rob Dew, because they were still convinced it didn't happen.
Now, I know you said that Mr. Schroyer came later, so maybe he didn't hear the instruction, right?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to that. Let's talk a little more about 2015. You talked about Dan Badani, right?
Yes.
During that period. And you described him as a part-time reporter, right?
If that, by the end, yes.
If that, maybe not even a part-time reporter, right? That's what
Well,
you're
he was
saying?
a full-time reporter for a while, and then we let him go, and he went back to Connecticut, or I think Rhode Island's where he lived, and then he
Okay,
went out.
so before we go any further, I just want to make sure now we have what the testimony has. He was a part-time reporter, but now he's a full-time reporter, which is?
No. He first came, he aired some contests and stuff. I wasn't a reporter then. He came down to Austin and was a full-time employee for like 6 months, if memory serves. Then we let him go. And then he asked if he could still just do some stuff on the side over the years and did some things.
You see his testimony in the courtroom when it was played? You're here for that?
No.
So I'm guessing you also, unless you heard it secondhand, you didn't see Mr. Badani testify that he was a producer for the Alex Jones show and spent 6 days a week with you. You didn't see that?
Well, that's not true.
Okay, Mr. Badani's lying.
I think he's mistaken.
Okay. And the truth is, you didn't fire him until late 2016 when he embarrassed you at a Trump rally. You remember us talking about that? Me and you?
I don't remember that.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your final statement on Sandy Hook, right? And you testified that the reason that you did that final statement in 2016 is so that you could tell the world that you thought it really happened, right?
That was the beginning of me doing that.
The beginning of you doing that. And I think, as we've seen in this case, that is the video in which you said, if children were killed at Sandy Hook, my heart goes out to those parents. But the problem is, I've seen actors before, and I know when I'm watching a movie, and I know when I'm watching something. Do you remember seeing you say that? Mr.
Yes,
Brown?
I did say that.
Okay. And that was your final statement, looking directly at camera, addressing the people who say they're parents I see on TV, right? That was your final statement.
But it wasn't my final statement.
Sure wasn't. But it certainly wasn't to go on the world and tell the world that it probably happened. In fact, it was the exact opposite, wasn't it, Mr. Jones?
I believe I actually said I think it happened on the tape.
Jury has that in evidence. Let's talk about 2017, the Megyn Kelly interview. You remember you talked about how that was filmed in April, right?
I'm not allowed to have notes, but I think around then.
I don't understand, Mr. Jones, that when you were asked questions on direct examination about when these events happened, and we're very quickly able to say it happened in April 2017, why when I asked the same question, you're very confused?
I said, I think that too then. I don't remember exactly. I think so.
All right. Well, in April 2017, the other thing you did right after that interview is film a video called Sandy Hook Vampires Exposed, didn't you?
Yes.
And in that video, you were saying a lot of things like Sandy Hook wasn't even an operating school. You remember seeing that being played in this court?
I believe so.
Yeah, and that's something that Halbig told you, or that you were relying on Halbig for, right?
I had seen articles and things about it then as well.
You had seen articles that Sandy Hook wasn't an operating school. Is that what you're testifying to under oath right now?
I had seen people do articles about it. I don't remember the exact articles.
Sure. All right, but what we can know is that in 2017, shortly before these people brought their suit, you were on InfoWars saying Sandy Hook wasn't an operating school, right?
If you say so, play the video.
I know I want you. You can testify that. Do you even remember what was played in this courtroom?
I've seen a lot. I think I did say that.
I think you did too. You also remember you and Mr. Dude talking about how much you wanted to see the bodies. There's no bodies. They never showed us any bodies.
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. And you'll agree with me in that video, you were saying a bunch of the same stuff from Wolfgang Halbig that the company knew as far back from 2014 was crazy. You're gonna admit to that now? Or are you gonna deny that?
I thought we were talking about Halving in 2015, thinking.
Well, we're now in 2017. And we had actually, you said 2015. Do you remember I asked you about Mrs. Pa's testimony in 2014? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. So what I'm asking you now is that whether it's you in 2015 knowing it, or whether Ms. Pa says the company knew it in 2014, regardless of which one of those, that was years later in 2017. InfoWars is still publishing the things from Halving it knows are crazy. Do you admit that?
I hadn't read those emails, so I don't.
Hold on, Mr. Jones. Hold on.
believe so.
Let's go to the first message from Mr. Watson. Read along with me, Mr. Jones. He says, this is a video.
Sorry, Sue, what's that?
No problem. Take your time.
Oh.
You ready?
Yeah, this, you may not think it's a problem, but it's a real one.
Sure.
Just give me a second. All right, go ahead.
Mr. Watson says, this is a video of a medical student training to intubate. Makes us look ridiculous, suggesting this means COVID is fake. Sandy Hook all over again. I read that correctly?
Yes.
Go to the next message. What'd you tell Mr. Watson?
I get it.
Mr. Jones, it's true that this article is right now live on InfoWars.com. I can pull it up, right?
I've never seen this text message. I guess you guys got Paul's. My phone didn't save them. So that's fine.
Your phone didn't save the second.
I told you guys I gave it to the lawyers and said they drained the phone, they had to find that stuff. I don't
You gave
have
it-
my phone to-
You gave it to the lawyers. They were supposed to find it. So that's what testimony is?
No, I searched it as well. I mean, so you guys have all this stuff and you say we didn't give me anything. It's
Mr.
ridiculous.
Jones, you know how an iPhone works, right? You've had iPhone text messaging for several years now.
Yeah,
What does it mean if the messages are in blue? Whose
I don't-
messages are those? Whose phone is this taken from?
I don't know whose phone's taken from. I mean, I turned the phone over and said, take the stuff off.
Can I have you look in the very bottom below the very bottom left corner? Is that your phone number?
Yes. So you did get my text messages and said you did. Nice trick.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Oh,
Indeed. You didn't give this text message to me. You don't know where this came from. Do you know where I got this?
no,
Mr. Jones, did you know that 12 days ago, your attorneys messed up and sent me an entire digital copy of your entire cell phone with every text message you've sent for the past 2 years, and when informed, did not take any steps to identify it as privileged or protect it in any way. And as of 2 days ago, it fell free and clear into my possession. And that is how I know you lied to me when you said you didn't have text messages about Sandy Hook. Did you know that?
I told you the truth. This is your Perry Mason moment. I gave them my phone and then,
Mr. Jones, you need to answer the question.
No,
Did you
I-
know this happened? Did
no,
you
I
know?
didn't know this happened, but I mean, I told you I gave the phone over. So
But just
And
answer
you
the
said-
question.
You said in your deposition, you searched your phone. You said you pulled down the text, did the search function for Sandy Hook. That's what you said, Mr. Jones, correct?
And I had several different phones with this number, but I did, yeah. Well, of course, I mean, that's why you got it.
No, Mr. Jones, that's not why I happened.
My lawyer sent it to you, but I'm hiding it. Okay.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones,
please just answer questions. There's no question. Mr. Bankston also only asks questions.
Sure. Mr. Jones, in discovery, you were asked, do you have Sandy Hook text messages on your phone? And you said no, correct? You said that under oath, Mr. Jones, didn't you?
I mean, I was mistaken. I was mistaken, but you got the messages right there.
You know what perjury is, right? I just want to make sure you know before we go any further. You know what it is.
Yes, I do. I mean, I'm not a tech guy. I told you, I gave in my testimony the phone to the lawyers before, whatever, and so you got my phone, but we didn't give it to you.
No, Mr. Jones, one more time. Please remember, if you need to assert the Fifth Amendment, you can. I need to know that you can do that. But you testified under oath previously that you personally searched your phone for the phrase Sandy Hook and there were no messages. You said that under oath
Yes.
and you lied when you said it.
No, I did not lie.
Emails, you testified yesterday, you don't have it. You got rid of your email 10 years ago.
InfoWars email.
Oh, it's not simple. You do use email though, don't you?
Not, it's like household stuff and things like that.
Ah, so it's
I don't personally send emails.
Sure.
My assistant does, and it's for like, broken sprinklers or whatever.
So you don't have emails about Sandy Hook. You don't have emails about this case.
You got hundreds of thousands of our emails.
None from you. And I didn't get hundreds of thousands of emails. Most of those, in fact, you would agree with me. Nearly every email you've produced to me outside of maybe 100 are emails of Wolfgang Halbig and Jim Fetzer, because they sent you thousands of emails, right?
I mean, I quit opening email and using it for Sandy Hook.
Okay. And so you have, in other words, if somebody was to tell me, oh, I have emails from Mr. Jones that he wrote about this case in the past couple of years, that person would be lying? You're telling the truth?
And somebody else has got my InfoWars email because I haven't been using it all. And
That's not qualified, Mr. Jones. You know, in this case, you were asked to produce your emails, any emails you had about Sandy Hook. You know you were asked to do that, right?
yeah,
You said you didn't have it.
I told my IT people, go, you've got all that stuff.
No, Mr. Jones, I'm saying in deposition, under oath, sworn to God, you said you don't have any emails for Sandy Hook because you don't use email, right?
I mean, I haven't been using InfoWars email, and it's got to be a decade or longer in my memory.
I don't.
We're with InfoWars.com email.
No, Mr. Jones. No. It's not what I'm asking. You notice when Mr. Watson emailed you, right? He didn't have an InfoWars email address, does he? He has like Paul Watson at sky.com. It's a UK email address. Did you notice
Yes.
that? Right. We asked for all emails, and you told us you don't use email, and there are no emails for Sandy Hook. That's what you said under oath, isn't it?
There might be, I'm sure there might be like privileged emails where like lawyers requesting documents or stuff about the case.
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
first objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Did you testify under oath that you do not use email and that there are no responsive emails relating to this case? Did you testify to that?
Yes, I personally do not get on the internet and sit there and use email. I never send emails myself because I don't like it. I can't stand it. There's just too many of them. That's a fact that I don't use email. I call people on the
Fact.
telephone.
Your Honor, excuse me, Mr. Jones. Show you this document. That's your email address?
Yes,
Did you write an email? Is that an email, Mr. Jones?
yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. So the,
I'm reading it. What's this have to do with Sandy Hook?
I'm not asking you a question other than that's an email you sent. Let's start there. Can you do that? Can you say that's an email you sent?
I must have dictated that to my assistant.
Okay, so there are, you would agree with me, there are emails, you can have the whole thing, I'm done with that. There are emails that you sent to your lawyers, your staff, and others concerning your business operations that we requested for, Sandy Hook, other topics that have been requested in this lawsuit, like Zero Hedge. You'd agree those emails, they exist. You agree to that or not?
I've dictated emails to people, and you guys have gone and gotten other people to give you their emails. But that is my personal email that I use for personal stuff. Has nothing to do with Sandy Hook, unless lawyers have sent me emails there that my assistant prints off for me.
You talked yesterday about prepackaged food. You remember that? You know what I'm talking about?
No,
You don't remember yesterday testifying about selling prepackaged food.
oh, yes,
And you sell these, and some of them come in tubs that you could, for instance, like store for a long time in case something horrible happens, right?
yes.
And in fact, you talked about that's one of your big items. That's a big deal type thing on InfoWars.
Sure.
And you also talked about how it's a tough business in a lot of ways because you only have about a 20% profit margin on the sale of food.
Said about 20 to 40, yes.
So, for instance, for every $100,000 in sales of food, That means you're profiting $20,000, maybe even up to $40,000.
Yes,
Show you another document, Mr. John. This has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 132. Do you see that?
yes,
Those are text messages with Tim Frugier, the operations manager of InfoWars, right?
yes,
And we requested information about your revenues in this case. You remember that?
yes.
Didn't give us this, did you?
There's a lot of stuff. I mean,
Yeah, you didn't even look through your text messages, Mr. Jones. You hit it, right? Correct?
no,
Okay.
I gave it to the lawyers. That's why you have it.
That's not why I
This
have
is
it.
ridiculous.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 132.
Are
And
you
let's
moving
just,
to admit it?
yes, can we, no, yes, I'm sorry. Can we move to admit Plaintiff's 132 at this time?
Any objection? Plaintiff's 132 is admitted.
Before we put that up, Mr. Jones, I just want to make sure you understand something about these emails. You understand that when your attorney sent me your whole phone, he didn't mean to do that. You understand that?
Objection, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure this is not discovery.
Well, I do think it's important that, since we're discussing all of this, that the jury understands discovery is a process that occurs and concludes well before trial. What the lawyers say isn't evidence, so we don't know whether it was on accident or on purpose. Because we don't have evidence about that. But what we do know is that it wasn't properly turned over when it should have been. There's no question, Mr. Jones.
Yeah.
So you need to ask a question that is not cause for speculation. And even if Mr. Jones does know, he would have gotten that information from Mr. Reynolds, his attorney, and so it would be protected, most likely.
Most likely. Mr. Jones, you know what Bates numbers are, right? We've talked about the
I
manual.
believe that's these.
No, you're talking about an exhibit sticker.
Okay,
Remember, we've talked in deposition before that there are Bates numbers on the bottoms of documents that your company produces for this lawsuit. And they start with FSSTX, and then they have a long number after it, okay? No Bates number on this, is there?
but it was, I gave it to the lawyers, like I told you, at the start of this testimony.
Mr. Jones,
Yeah.
Mr. Jones, I know it's hard, but I know you can do it.
All right,
The question, there's no Bates number on this document.
No, there's
is
not.
there? Thank you, and please don't interrupt me or the lawyers.
Let's display 132. Let's go to the last two messages. Can you pull those up? Mr. Fruge. How do I say his name, Mr. Jones?
Brigette,
All right, so Mr. Frugier, you would agree with me that pretty much every day he sends you an update on how much the store has sold, and sometimes he lets you know how much profit you made, right?
yes,
Okay, and in this message, he says 110 gross sales in food equates to almost 70K pure profit. That's what he told you.
that's what that says, and that's not what it does, so it was, I have a question about it, so.
Okay. Can we go up to the, hey, Mr. Jones? Did you respond with the question?
I don't know.
No. Let's pull up the big bubble. Yeah, that's it. This shows some of the totals per day, right? Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. And so this is something Mr. Frugier would send you from time to time. Right?
yes,
Okay. All right, you can take that down, Melissa. I think it's clear, would you agree with me, to everyone in this courtroom, that the statement that you only get 20% or 40% profit margin on food was not true?
no, I can bring those numbers in here and show you that.
Well, I asked you for those numbers. I asked you for those numbers and I didn't get them. And instead, now I have this text message that says something totally different. Do you think in those circumstances, anyone should believe a word you say?
I'm confused by that because that's not the margin on it. I wish that was the margin.
Show you what's in Mark Planet 134. More messages, Mr. Crochet, isn't it?
Yeah, these were our best sale numbers ever. I remember this. This was during CPAC.
I'd like to move 134 into evidence this time.
Any objection?
See the relevance, Your Honor, frankly.
I will,
Processing numbers in 2020.
I will make that connection very quickly. But if you want to see what I would like or discuss it at bench, I can.
So the only objection is relevance, that Mr. Jones has recognized it, so I will overrule the objection and admit plaintiff's exhibit 134.
Let's go ahead and bring up the bubble. So before you do that, Ms., one of the things that I think we've heard a lot of in this courtroom is how you've lost millions, lost everything. And the deplatforming, all of it has caused you to lose everything, right? We've heard that?
Not everything.
Indeed. Can we bring up this bubble, Melissa? Now, we've seen some revenue numbers. You remember that in Plaintiff's Exhibit 35 that you testified about? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And in those revenue figures, you would agree with me that generally speaking, between 2016 and 2018, InfoWars was making somewhere between $100 and $2,000 a day in sales.
Yes.
Okay. And we see here that that's not always true, is it? That some days you're making $800,000, $745,000 a day, right?
Yeah, you guys cherry picked the best numbers we ever had. That's why I remember this.
Right, Mr. Jones. So what I'm saying is, well after your deplatforming, your numbers kept getting better. You kept having better days.
No, it's deplatforming. It's gone down. This was CPAC. Because I remember these numbers.
Sure. But you know, the problem is, Mr. Jones, I have the very limited years of revenue that you provided, but I don't have anything else, do I, from you on that? Not until this, right?
You guys have been given the gross numbers that they're accurate.
Okay, Mr. Jones. $800,000 a day. You got that pace up. Which I don't know what you did the rest of the year, because I don't have it. But
Well,
if
that's
you-
one day out of here.
I'm asking you, Mr. Jones, to please let me finish my question. Can you do that for me? You need to respond verbally so she understands.
Yes.
Type it down. Thank you, Mr. Jones. If you're able to keep up that pace for the rest of that year, you're able to launch more of these specials and sales, and you can keep going at $800,000 a day. That would come out to an average of something like $300 million in a year. That's about right.
Gross, yes.
$300 million. And then I think we saw your revenues from so we saw a few months of 2015 on the beginning of that document, right? Do you remember that document you relied on and testified about, Plaintiff's Exhibit 35?
I mean, I saw it, yes.
Okay. And it had a couple of months from 2015 on it, but not a whole lot of sales on that, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So we're mainly just talking about 2016, 2018, right? You remember that? 165 million. You remember testifying to that?
Yes.
Okay. And I know you testified about your profit margins, but I think we've seen that now, that you were saying that that's gross. So that maybe we'd have to calculate what your profit is, right? Okay. But after
I'm
seeing,
sorry, I need a yes or no.
Yes.
Thank you.
but after seeing all of that, all of those millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions, are you aware that your attorney has argued that this is what you should pay for the damages that your company admits under oath through your corporate representative the cost. Were you aware of that? $1? Were you aware?
Yes, I know we were,
Do you agree with that?
do I agree with it?
$1. Is that? We done? I'll pay it for you. Are we done?
What does the New York Times do for lying about WMDs?
I don't think there's any point in asking you any more questions. Mr.
All right, Mr. Reno? Me?
Briefly.
Yes? Wait.
Mr. Jones? You've trusted your lawyers to produce the relevant documents,
Yes,
cooperated with us in every way.
yes,
And you trusted us to do a good job and turn over what we needed to turn over
yes,
when we're supposed to turn it over.
yes.
No further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Bankston?
No, I think we're done with Mr. Jones.
Well, at this time, I'm gonna just set the down. Thank you. I'm going to send my jury back. You know the drill by now. If you have questions, Mr. Jones, and only if, this is an opportunity, not a requirement. You may each individually write them down. I would like to go ahead and finish this before lunch. So go ahead and do those questions, any questions you have right at the beginning of the break. Remember all of my instructions. There can be no conversation between you about anything that has happened so far. All right, you may be excused. All rise. If you'll shut the door, please. Thank you. Mr. Jones, you'll have to wait in the hallway for this process. Not right by the door, but also not so far away that we can't get you. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you. Everyone may, any other? I just want to wait here for questions.
If you don't mind me using the restroom.
I was just gonna say that if people need a break.
That would be great.
All right, then we'll take no more than 2 minutes if at all possible.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I should probably go ahead and also notify you that I'm not going to go for the entire medical records. Just you know what it means. Text messages, so make sure you use that too.
Slow down, let me write.
No, you need to take care of your business. I think you are in a serious problem on your hands.
Yes.
It was just really, it's just so creative. We were gonna. Yeah.
I just know.
I just did watch the. Oh, also, what's in about this process? Well, I'm gonna go after lunch.
After lunch, okay, sure. Until I have to stop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be on the phone too. You made a text message?
I have the entire
A digital copy of it?
a digital upload of every text message sent on his phone for something like the past 3 years,
Text
along
message. You have
with
everything? Is it like a
his
forensic
personal.
image of his phone?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. Yep, along with every medical record of all the Lafferty plaintiffs and their confidential depositions, which violates the protective order in Lafferty. You've probably informed that court about it. Maybe all third parties who breached the privacy of attorney about protecting.
Will you send it to me?
There is going to be months of fallout from this. He's panicking. He's absolutely panicking. Yes, 3 gigs. Yes. Well, hope Mr. Jones. That's what's a little bit better for us. Right? Yeah. He was. No contact.
No, I mean, you say too.
We have smart.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you want to see. Okay, you're okay with that?
That way you can check the orders.
Okay.
Yes.
Just chilling. I'm savoring it. I'm feeling every moment of it. You know what nobody's thought about yet? What happens when that phone goes to law enforcement? What will happen?
Joe.
Or Sean. Every decision. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she's trying to see if they're there.
To this moment. To this moment. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Look at-
Yes, that's enough. Yeah.
No, PBX. Oh, that'll be on our thing.
Right. Exactly.
Those that come into evidence, those are proofs and those are. And also.
You said it on too. Imagine trying to. That's it for me. You'll never have to keep up with you guys. Until.
Yeah, you might get a nice little break from all this. So.
Oh, it's separate. Maybe. I'm not sure. So.
Yeah, it keeps me thinking about it. Made it to a couple of things.
Yeah.
And sitting back.
Yeah,
he got so excited. And then, yeah, mom couldn't come with the, COPD and the COVID. She doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, she does? I thought
Yeah, I didn't realize that she posted.
only for the last 2 years of his life. He was a 35-year.
I don't use mine, but
Yeah.
it's my instant search.
Fighter Jerry Cops.
Right.
And that's how you look. I always thought that's what I was.
Right.
And then, some crusade. Yeah, that's, I think this would be important to remember. You got that area and if you did it, that one, that's your bad. It keeps him at the, now he was much more.
Like 1984.
Crumble cookies the other day. And I'm like, oh my God, it's you. Oh my, wait, let me get this stuff. Oh, I remember that.
Yes. Yes.
Here's scissors.
Yes.
No, they were.
No, I'm saying. I didn't know that. You just walked back. No, I just. Yeah, it's just like you were-
All right. Maybe seated. Mr. Jones is in the hallway and not right outside the door. Perfect. And this part is not on the record. This first question is kind of complicated, so bear with me. There is a theory called mass shooting contagion that posits the effect media has on inspiring future mass casualty events. From coverage of previous events. Oh, that's not a second. Let me start over. There's a theory called mass shooting contagion that posits the effect media has on inspiring future mass casualty events from coverage of previous events. Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting? If the answer is yes, what accountability do you accept for the actions of your listeners and guests? And if the answer is no, why doesn't the free speech system capitalize on the opportunity to act better than the mainstream, in quotes, media by not asserting information recklessly in their reporting? And why does it not attempt to minimize harm from their reporting? That's a question. Question 2. I know the world thinks of everything in law as criminal. This is a civil trial.
Right.
No one is guilty, no one is convicted. So I wouldn't want to use the language that this jury uses in this question if I ask it. Free speech systems has already been convicted of defamation. However, it's important for me in the assessment of damages to hear an answer to the following. So all of that is just preamble anyway. In 2006, Christopher Hitchens, in an article for Slate magazine regarding the issue of worldwide news media that refused to publish cartoons that were deemed offensive to some members of the Muslim faith, an issue that later in 2015 escalated with the slaying of 12 employees of Charlie Hebdo, stated, "A civil society means that free expression trumps the emotions of anyone to whom free expression might be inconvenient." What are your thoughts on this statement? So I don't think that we can come back to it, but think about that. I don't think I can ask this question because I don't understand it. It says, what truth you were looking from Sandy Hook tragedy? I just don't know what that is trying to ask, unfortunately. Why do you think Sandy Hook was a conspiracy? Are you going to change the way you present your news or comments on your show based on what is happening today? Your employees have appreciated your ability to tell the truth and how you allow them to express their own creativity and individual personalities. In light of their obvious loyalty, would you take personal responsibility for their actions and decisions while at work for FSS InfoWars? If you are genuinely sorry and regretful about how your words caused harm to grieving parents, how do you plan to show rather than just tell that you are sorry? Would you, for instance, join and promote Ms. Scarlett Lewis's Choose Love movement to help make our world a better place for our children? Going forward, would you consider providing better training to your employees about how to be sensitive to individuals involved in a tragic event while taking a stance on government or globalist agendas. As a person wary about and questioning authenticity of clipped videos, how much precaution do you plan to take with clipped videos presented on your own show? What dates were Exhibit 134 from? The defense has testified InfoWars mentioned Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time. Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's only done on rare occasions? To your knowledge, was bankruptcy filed strategically to delay or alter court proceedings? I don't think we can ask that. I don't think that's, I mean, I guess he said it. Well, he said I'm bankrupt, so I'm bankrupt. What is your definition of blue collar? And where did you get the idea that the jury are all blue collar? What compensation would you believe to be appropriate? Have you ever made the distinction while live on air to your viewers that you are speaking as a pundit and not as a journalist? What is your net worth? Are you aware that this jury consists of 16 intelligent, fair-minded citizens who are not being improperly influenced in any way? Do you feel you're getting a fair trial? If not, why not? How many employees does InfoWars have currently? What was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year? According to your most recent tax filing, what is your personal annual income? What are some specific changes you've made to your business processes to increase oversight and accountability at InfoWars? Do you believe that there will be a fair and impartial determination made by this jury? All right, let's do it the easy way and tell me what you object to first or anything.
The one that's coming to mind is the Charlie Hebdo question. It's kind of
Yeah.
all over the place, and it brings into liability issues, and Charlie Hebdo is not about facts, it's about a defensive cartoon. I mean, it's just all over the place.
It was a lot.
Maybe Your Honor could just ask the end of it. I mean, we've been talking a lot about freedom of expression. I think it's a fair question.
Oh, that was the first one. What are your thoughts on this statement? A civil society means that free expression trumps the emotions. The problem I have is I am concerned that this question, without testimony from a legal expert or the like, is going to lead the jury to think free speech is something it isn't. That it's that speech which is not protected in the United States is, and I don't want to confuse them with that. I don't think we have a legal expert coming in to talk about free speech because that issue is not actually relevant to damages. So for that reason, I am not going to ask that question. Yeah, I think it'll. What about the mass shooting contagion?
Yeah, so is that the Christian Hitchens thing?
No, that's the one I just said.
Okay, so that's also Charlie Hebdo. Okay, sure.
Mhm. Yeah, those are one of the
Otherwise,
same.
I think I'm okay.
You want me to read it one more time?
Sure.
There is a theory called mass shooting contagion that posits the effect media has on inspiring future mass casualty events from coverage of previous events. Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting?
No objection.
If yes, what accountability do you accept for the actions of your listeners and guests? If no, why doesn't free speech systems capitalize on the opportunity to act better than the mainstream media by not asserting information recklessly in their reporting, and why does it not attempt to minimize harm from their reporting?
Yeah, no objection.
Okay, why do you think Sandy Hook was a conspiracy? Are you going to change the way you present news comments on your show based on what's happening today? The question about the employees. I guess the way it's written, it's okay, because they're asking him about personal responsibility. You know, I worry a little bit about the jury thinking the company is not responsible for the actions of its employees, but I think it's probably okay the way it's phrased. And then there's the question about if you were genuinely sorry and regretful, etc. How do you plan to show rather than just tell that you were sorry? Are you going to join and promote Ms. Lewis's Choose Love movement? I guess that's okay. Would you consider providing better training to your employees about how to be sensitive to individuals involved in a tragic event? I'll take a guess. I guess that's fine. Then there's the question of the videos. What dates were exhibit 134 from? I mean, I assume that's contained on the exhibit itself. We'll just let them look at that. And go back. The question about punishing rare things, blue collar, any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
Compensation, that's fine. That one's fine. Do we have any objection to the jury? I mean, are you aware that this jury consists of 16 intelligent, fair-minded citizens who are not being properly influenced in any way? I'm not really sure. You know, I try to think of these questions in two ways. One, what would my ruling be if one of you asks them? I'm not sure that I would allow this question if one of you asked them, because that video was played for impeachment. You feel you're getting a fair trial? If not, why not? How many InfoWars, excuse me, how many employees? That one's fine. All right, what was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year? I think that's fair under the evidence that's come in. What is your personal annual income according to your most recent tax filing? I think maybe we should wait on that one. Anyone gonna argue about that?
Are we gonna have the possibility, based on your honors prior rulings, to have Mr. Jones back during the net worth phase of this case?
I honestly hadn't even considered that that would happen.
One of the pieces that we wanted to delay.
I mean, we plan to call.
You do?
Mhm.
Oh, God. Okay.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I'm not reacting to him. I'm reacting to
Time.
the time.
Right, but we
which
think
is-
they're both gonna be very short witnesses. We certainly hope so.
All right. So then yes is the answer. So he can answer that one. Changes to the business, and you believe there will be a fair and impartial determination. That might be duplicative of another question. It is, and so I'm not going to ask it twice. All right, on the record, we've gone over the questions submitted by the jury. We've eliminated some, and I will be reading some. Any objections to those I will be reading? Mr. Bankston.
None from the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Mr. Reynolds, same question.
None from the-
All right, let's bring the jury in so we can all go to lunch. Oh, and the witness. You'll call in Mr. Jones, please. Thank you. Wait, not at the same time, though. One needs to come in and then the jury, or the jury, and then not, we don't need them crossing paths. So, they're going back that way? So we need to bring Mr. Jones in now and then move the jury. Okay, well then we need Mr. Jones. for the witness stand, please. You can bring the jury in. You may be seated. What happens now is a little different. I'm going to read some questions to you. You answer them. You need to answer the question exactly as it's presented, nothing extra. If you don't understand it, you tell me that, okay?
Okay.
There is a theory called mass shooting contagion that posits the effect media has on inspiring future mass casualty events from coverage of previous events. Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting?
The studies do show that hyping up shootings causes more shootings, and talking about the shooters does that. And I think that all the media contributes to copycats, but they have a First Amendment right, and it's just part of the world we
So
live in.
I wanna just ask you to answer the question. Are the media that report on these events accountable for any damages that occur from their reporting?
No,
Okay. If no, why doesn't free speech systems capitalize on the opportunity to act better than the quote mainstream media unquote by not asserting information recklessly in their reporting? And why does it not attempt to minimize harm from their reporting?
I agree. I've learned a lot more about mass shootings now, and that's why we have 1/100th the coverage of Uvalde you would normally have. And I think that was even too much. But you've got to still report something happened, but statistically it's terrible what happens, but it's very small compared to say automobile accidents. So I think we should report on what the big death numbers are, like famine worldwide. 60+ million have died just the last 3 years.
All right,
So
thank you, Mr. Jones. Why do you think Sandy Hook was a conspiracy?
Because I had seen so many other things in history that were declassified that had been staged or completely made up. That when you're a hammer, everything starts looking like a nail. And I saw really powerful forces politicize it and blame gun owners. And so I guess at a subconscious level, I felt offended and I knew I was innocent and that I hadn't done what Adam Lanza did. So I think we subconsciously didn't want to believe it because it was being blamed collectively on gun owners. And that's, in retrospect, years later, when I realized that I did used to go overboard and believe everything was staged or almost everything. And so it's definitely been a learning process in dealing with that. But that's why I thought it was staged. There were people out there that brought up things that sounded credible. And I'd seen so much stuff that was, seen so much stuff that.
All right, thank you. Here's, going back over what you already
Yes.
discussed. Are you going to change the way you present your news and comments on your show based on what is happening today?
Yes, I'm going to do one of my best because I've never been like the corporate media that lies on purpose. But we've definitely made big mistakes and it's been terrible for everybody involved, including myself. And so I really do want to try to change things and hopefully be a more positive force when it comes to issues like mass shootings.
Your employees have appreciated your ability to tell the truth and how you allowed them to express their own creativity and individual personalities. In light of their obvious loyalty, would you take personal responsibility for their actions and decisions while at work for Free Speech Systems and InfoWars?
I mean, I think at the end of the day, I am responsible for what they do.
Thank you. If you are genuinely sorry and regretful about how your words caused harm to grieving parents, how do you plan to show rather than just tell that you are sorry? Would you, for instance, join and promote Ms. Lewis's Choose Love movement to help make our world a better place for our children.
Absolutely, regardless of how this goes, I would love to invite her on the show in person next week. I would invite her and Neil. I think she's a great person. I apologize to legitimately. I would love to invite you guys on the show regardless. So you can actually come meet the people, come on. And I think it'll be huge for everybody to see that. And I want that. I'm more concerned about that than even monetary stuff. And because I do not want to be the Sandy Hook guy. And I want to show the world that what's been misrepresented, it's not who I am, but that I have done some things that are wrong. And I didn't do it on purpose. And I apologize. And I want to make it better because.
Going forward, would you consider providing better training to your employees about how to be sensitive to individuals involved in a tragic event while still taking a stance on government or globalist agendas?
Yes, absolutely. And we've been trying to do that. And I was planning to shut down InfoWars 6 years ago when I got married. I promised my wife, I love the crew. I'm sick of this. And then I got stuck in this fight with the system and everything else that's going on. And now I'm going to continue InfoWars to make it even better. And because other people have said they want to use this case to shut me down.
You, again, don't tell us anything that anyone else has said.
I understand.
That is hearsay. Disregard any hearsay. And I want you just to really just answer the question.
Oh, yes.
Nothing else. As a person wary about and questioning the authenticity of clipped videos, how much precaution do you plan to take with the clip videos presented on your own show?
We take way more precaution now than even mainstream media because our listeners get mad if we put something out that's fake. And it has been a long time since we did that. And we did do one 3 weeks ago, and I rarely smashed up, but I did smash up my office. And because it pissed me off so bad that we aired a, what do you call those, deep fake video. They're so good now that I've developed an allergy to this stuff. Like, I don't want to be wrong. And I don't want to try to lie like the corporate media does on purpose. And we did air one about the CEO of Pfizer, who does enough bad stuff on his own without us putting it. We didn't do it. It looks so good on Twitter that we put a fake video out.
All right, thank you. The defense has testified InfoWars mentioned Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time. Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it is done only on rare occasions?
Okay, can you read that again, please?
Yes, I can. The defense has testified InfoWars mentioned Sandy Hook less than 0.5% of the time. Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's done only on rare occasions?
Well, this is civil, but there is a law of right and wrong. And we have paid a massive price for the mistakes we made.
Okay, Mr. Jones.
Just read it again, please.
Is it your stance that there should be no punishment for breaking the law as long as it's done only on rare occasions? Yes or no?
It's not. No, I don't think, even when people do stuff on accident, I think they're still somewhat culpable. But I did not do this consciously.
No, Mr. Jones,
right.
That's not the question. What is your definition of blue collar?
I'm talking about people who I think are great, who are working so hard that they don't have time to be involved in the weird esoteric bubbles of the liberals or the conservatives or anybody. I can't even keep track of what the liberals are doing or the conservatives, the libertarians or the transhumanists.
So your definition of blue collar is people who work so hard they can't follow all these things you're saying. What is your definition of blue collar?
My definition of blue collar is the working man and woman who keep their head down and keep the whole world running. And in my experience, generally are not even paying attention to politics.
Where did you get the idea that jury are all blue collar?
I mean, I've seen statistically, I read in news articles in Austin that a lot of times it's.
Okay, don't tell us what you've read, remember?
What did I hear?
No.
What did I think?
Yeah, it's a bad question. Where did you get the idea? Because if the place you got the idea is from someone else, then you can't tell us that. So it's a tricky question for me to ask you. I'll agree with that. Okay. What compensation would you believe to be appropriate?
What compensation do I think appropriate? Despite these numbers that were presented the best week we ever had, that's when COVID was starting. And there was a run on storable food nationwide. And so they,
Mr. Jones?
no, I'm just saying,
We don't,
well,
what
speaking of compensation,
compensation would you believe to be appropriate? It doesn't really matter about that. It's,
I understand, but I can answer the question however I wish. I'm not barred from talking about where we're at financially.
no, you are at this stage. Right now, the question is what compensation would be appropriate?
Any compensation above $2 million will sink us and we'll be shut down.
No, appropriate, not to you, appropriate for what happened to them.
I mean, I think it's appropriate for whatever you decide you want to do.
Okay,
Because I'm really,
that's a great answer. Thank you. Have you ever made the distinction while live on air to your viewers that you are speaking as a pundit and not as a journalist?
thousands and thousands of times that this is my opinion. You should research what I'm saying. All the stuff we're covering is other people's opinions. You can look into this. When I'm really sure about something, I'll be definitive about it sometimes, and I'm usually right. But we constantly, and I mean, this is talk radio on TV. We constantly explain these are people's opinions, these are debates, these are ideas. In fact, I even used to play an intro that said the views expressed here aren't necessarily those of the host, the guests, the callers, or the station. It's a standard thing.
Are you aware that this jury consists of 16 intelligent, fair-minded citizens who are not being properly influenced in any way?
Yes, I don't think that you are operatives. I don't think that you are part of a false flag. I don't think that you are bad people. I think you're good people. And I just am very, very critical about the whole process that I've been through so far, where I'm given, I believe, everything over. And then I'm always told we didn't, even though we're seeing it. And so that's why I'm really concerned, because a lot has been misrepresented.
You wandered off the question.
Okay.
Do you feel you're getting a fair trial? And if not, why not? But
I'm barred from saying.
succinctly, please.
I have been found guilty by a judge. And I thought in America, you're found guilty by juries
All
or
right,
innocent.
there's no guilty or innocence in civil court.
I understand.
Liable or not
Well-
guilty. So please don't use the, and you're not a lawyer, that's fine.
Okay, well, I've been found liable. Okay, so by a judge, and in all the other cases coming up, I've already been found. So this is a dangerous new system they're setting up. And if people want to get rid of that and get rid of America, it's okay. I understand. We're an old republic, maybe time for us to go. Okay. But if
How many employees does InfoWars have currently?
we've got about 80 workers and contractors, and about 80.
What was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year?
I don't have that number in front of me, but it was, I would imagine 60, 70 million. Those have been our biggest years, or 60 or 70 million gross. And so if the question is, how much money am I making?
No, the question is, what was the annual revenue of InfoWars in the most recent fiscal year? But I think you said you don't know. Do you know or not?
It is like $70 million right around there.
What are some specific changes you've made to your business processes to increase oversight and accountability at InfoWars?
I mean, I think I've explained to people, we're not just some little internet show. And I'm telling myself this when I'm telling them that you need to really pay attention to what you're doing, because everything you say is going to get looked at and zoomed in on. And even if you didn't mean it for harm, it can be turned around for harm. So you need to really realize you have power. It's like the Spider-Man thing, with great power comes great responsibility. And I definitely have underestimated how powerful InfoWars was, because I'm always thinking of myself small and you know, And then I only realized the last 4 or 5 years how big we are.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I appreciate your time and testimony. You may return to council table.
Thank you.
Right off, you have another,
I do not, Your Honor.
so defense rests.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Rest and close.
Correct, Your Honor.
Defense, rest and close.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that concludes the evidence in this case. It is now necessary for the attorneys and myself to spend some time preparing the charge for submission to you. I'm not able to know in advance exactly how long it will take. It generally takes longer than we think. We have been working on it in the evenings and on breaks, but we do still have more work to do. It's 12:30. I'm going to try to get it done over lunch. Your lunch is waiting for you. So I'm not going to give you an end time. We'll try to be back in an hour, hour and a half. So, don't wait to eat. But you're going to be on recess until now, until I bring you back. Please remember, the evidence is concluded, but you have not yet been sent to deliberate. This means you may not yet discuss the case. And as always, you still may not do any research into anything about the case. So go and enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you as soon as we can. Thank you.
All rise.
Thank you. You may. I don't have a current version of the jury charge. Ms. Ward, I don't know if you were able to get that finished for us. Bring it out if you were. The one you have is out of date. I'm going to release our alternate jurors before deliberations. So I think the charge I gave you didn't indicated it indicated the opposite of that, so that has been corrected.
I just wanted to raise, I know maybe in some different ways, different places, but traditionally in the bifurcated proceeding, we held the alternates in case something happened.
I don't think I've been doing some research on that, and I don't think we can do that.
Because you'll have a different group of jurors.
Potentially.
Exactly.
So I think we're going to have 12. No one has left, which is great. I mean, I've had much shorter trials where I felt like the jurors were dropping like flies, but that hasn't been the case here. Thank goodness. No one has gotten sick or anything. So we'll, she hasn't responded. I don't know what's going on. Why don't we do this? Send a message and see if I can get her. She's printing. Oh, she's printing. Okay. We're just gonna put that.
I do have one proposed addition to the charge. I don't know if you want to discuss it now.
Sure.
I think from some of the testimony today and some of the questions.
This is the informal.
Yeah, we're just doing it informally. And so maybe I can just see, because if it's costing me very well agree.
Sure.
Is I think from some of the testimony today, the jury may be a little bit confused about respondeat superior principles. And there's a PJC on respondeat, and just to have that instructional in the initial charge section on your 112 list.
Can you point me to the part of?
Sure, I think I have the PJC.
Is it general negligence?
I think it's in general negligence, correct, John?
Or business, maybe, I don't know. And which provision?
I'm pulling it up. Unfortunately, Your Honor, I've just been emailed by everybody on the planet, as you might know. PJC 10-1. Now, you know what, Your Honor, now that I'm looking at these are questions, and so therefore, yeah, this would be appropriate, for instance, if Owen Shorter was on the line. But now that I'm looking at this, this is not appropriate. It's not on the line.
Okay.
It's a question, so we'll withdraw.
All right. There might be something else. I mean, the books are very long.
Sure, sure. Yeah, I don't, and I'm thinking both parties were close to happy with this. I don't,
All right.
sure charges are dicey.
Yeah. Just wait. I apologize. If anyone's desperate for a comfort break, as Judge Livingston likes to say, feel free to take it. I'm gonna hang out here and we'll get those copies out. Well, let's put that on the to-do list. Thank you. All right, Ms. Ford's gonna bring you copy of version 3 to take a look at. And because we're on a little bit of a time crunch, I would like to take a look at it now.
That's why it's 1,000. Right. Yeah.
When you're ready, let me know.
Sure, I had one comment in your issue, which is that, in the parking cause definition, we're okay with. But there are, in the PJC, there are certain words that are italicized, and you give them a choice, you can use a couple different words. Sometimes injury is not appropriate in every case, sometimes ordinary care is not appropriate in every case, just spell it out. But in this case,
What happened? It's still in here. Oh, I did imply, yeah. I thought those were already removed.
okay,
I don't think we need any italics. Do you?
correct.
So-
Once the word is chosen, the italicized is not.
Right, sorry, I was not clear. I wasn't clear. I think I said something like, I don't like the italicized words instead of remove, like unitalicized, but that's what I meant.
No, I mean, that was just a note.
Okay, yeah, so that's in all three questions. No word will be italicized in the definition for proximate cause.
Other than that, plaintiffs have no objection to the charge.
Nor do defendants.
Okay, well, let's put that on the record.
Excellent.
Are you ready? Okay, we've just had one of our informal charge conferences, and there are some words in the version you have, version 3, which are italicized, and we are going to remove that italics. We're going to remove the italics and put those in normal font, and then that will be the final version. Other than that, there are no other edits to be made. Do you accept this charge of the court as proper, Mr. Bankston?
Yes, plaintiff suit.
Mr. Raynell?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wonderful. We can go off the record. I'll let you go make those changes,
May I,
and we'll
one more thing on the record?
let me finish my sentence. We will bring out new copies during the break for you that say final on the bottom so that you'll have them. You want more than one?
If it please the court.
I'm asking because I'm willing to print more than one for you. Would you like it? Yes?
Please.
Thank you.
One is fine,
One
right?
is, all right, I'll give you both. Okay, a lot of times clients actually like a copy at the end, so they know what I'm talking about when I read things. Yes, on the record, sorry.
Wanted to renew my motion for direct verdict.
Okay, that is so. Okay, back off the record. It's 12:40. Can we be ready to start at 1:30?
I think that's fine.
So that'll give us 2.5 hours, right? 1:30 to 3, 3:30 to 5. Is that 2.5 or is that 3?
Me too.
That's 3 hours. That's
Yeah, that's
3
3
hours. Can we get our clothing done in 3 hours?
Just for the plaintiff's one?
Yeah.
I tease. Yeah.
So do I need to put some time limits on or time warnings on to make sure we have enough time to do all of our
I
reclosing?
think I'm totally fine, but give me a 15-minute warning.
5-0.
5-0. I think I'll actually shorter than that anyway, but we're gonna get that out of this.
All right.
Your Honor would let me know at an hour.
Okay. Okay. So we're gonna have a 30-minute break in the middle. An hour and a half. I'm trying. I'm not.
Time is good.
Yes, I'm not good at the 60/40. Let's assume that provision applies here as it has throughout the trial. So whatever that is, I'll do the math at the back. Just you guys to know that that's going to be our time.
Well, then if you would give me a 10-minute warning based on whatever time.
Sure, I can do. I think an hour is probably exactly right. Meaning an hour and 10 minutes is probably how it breaks down. But I'll do the math at the back. Okay. Thank you all. We'll see you in 50 minutes.
All rise.
Well, Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time, I will present to you the charge of the court. Copies of the charge have been made for each of you, and you may read along with me if you wish. However, during the arguments of counsel, do not read or refer to it unless specifically requested to do so by counsel. It can be read to you again later by the presiding juror, and you may refer to it during your deliberations. So this is not the last time you will hear it. Also, after I read the charge, under the rules, the attorneys are permitted to present to the jury their summations of the evidence in light of this charge. Under the rules, the attorney for the plaintiff is permitted to proceed first, then the attorney for the defendant, and then the attorney for the plaintiff is permitted to close. The attorneys have a specified maximum time to argue and have asked me to give a few minutes warning before their portion of the argument is finished. So if I say, for example, 10 minutes or 5 minutes, I am not scolding the attorneys. I'm just letting the attorneys know where they are in their argument. Counsel, I'll ask that you let me know you've heard me so I don't have to interrupt you more than once. We will very likely take a break in the middle of the arguments, maybe even 2 short ones. All right. Members of the jury, after the closing arguments, you will go to the jury room to decide the case, answer the questions that are attached, and reach a verdict. You may discuss the case with other jurors only when you are all together in the jury room. Remember my previous instructions. Do not discuss the case with anyone else, either in person or by any other means. Do not do any independent research, independent investigation about the case, or conduct any research. Do not look up any words in dictionaries or on the internet. Do not post information about the case on the internet. Do not share any special knowledge or experiences with the other jurors. Do not use your phone or any other electronic device during your deliberations for any reason. In the case of an emergency, others may contact you through my judicial executive assistant at the number previously provided. Any notes you have taken are for your own personal use. You may take your notes back into the jury room and consult them during deliberations, but do not show or read your notes to your fellow jurors during your deliberations. Your notes are not evidence. Each of you should rely on your independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that another juror has or has not taken notes. You must leave your notes with the judicial executive assistant when you leave the courthouse. We will make sure your notes are kept in a safe, secure location and not disclosed to anyone. After you complete your deliberations, we will collect your notes, and when you are released from jury duty, we will promptly destroy your notes so nobody can read what you wrote. Alternate jurors serve a valuable purpose. Without them, much time and money would be spent in the retrial of cases. They're not in here, but I want to thank my alternate jurors in this case. They have been released from their oath and they are free to go on about their business, including observing the remainder of the trial if they would like to do so. I already explained that to them. Here are the instructions for answering the questions. 1, do not let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in your decision. Everyone, including me, has feelings, assumptions, perceptions, fears, and stereotypes that we may not be aware of, but that can affect what we see and hear, how we remember what we see and hear, and how we make decisions. Because you are making important decisions as jurors in this case, you must evaluate the evidence carefully and you must not jump to conclusions based on personal likes or dislikes, generalizations, gut feelings, prejudices, sympathies, stereotypes, or biases. Techniques to identify and check one's implicit biases include slowing down and examining your thought processes thoroughly to identify where you may be relying on reflexive gut reactions or making assumptions that have no basis in the evidence. Asking yourself whether you would view the evidence differently if the players were reversed or other types of people were involved. And listening carefully to the opinions of your fellow jurors, each of whom brings a different, valid perspective to the table. Our system of justice is counting on you to render a just verdict based on the evidence, not on biases. 2, Base your answers only on the evidence admitted in court and on the law that is in these instructions and questions. Do not consider or discuss any evidence that was not admitted in the courtroom. 3, you are to make up your own minds about the facts. You are the sole judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to give their testimony. But on matters of law, you must follow my instructions. 4, if my instructions use a word in a way that is different from its ordinary meaning, use the meaning I give you, which will be a proper legal definition. 5, all the questions and answers are important. No one should say that any question or answer is not important. 6, answer yes or no to all questions unless you are told otherwise. A yes answer must be based on a preponderance of the evidence unless you are told otherwise. Whenever a question requires an answer other than yes or no, your answer must be based on a preponderance of the evidence unless you are told otherwise. The term preponderance of the evidence means the greater weight of credible evidence presented in this case. If you do not find that a preponderance of the evidence supports a yes answer, then answer no. A preponderance of the evidence is not measured by the number of witnesses or by the number of documents admitted in evidence. For a fact to be proved by a preponderance of the evidence, you must find that the fact is more likely true than not true. 7, do not decide who you think should win before you answer the questions and then just answer the questions to match your decision. Answer each question carefully without considering who will win. Do not discuss or consider the effect your answers will have. 8, do not answer questions by drawing straws or by any method of chance. 9, do not trade your answers. For example, do not say, I will answer this question your way if you answer another question my way. 10, the answers to the questions must be based on the decision of at least 10 of the 12 jurors. The same 10 jurors must agree on every answer. Do not agree to be bound by a vote of anything less than 10 jurors, even if it would be a majority. 11, a fact may be established by direct evidence or by circumstantial evidence or both. A fact is established by direct evidence when proved, by documentary evidence, or by witnesses who saw the act done or heard the words spoken. A fact is established by circumstantial evidence when it may be fairly and reasonably inferred from other facts proved. 12, you are the sole judges of the credibility or believability of each witness and the weight to be given to his or her testimony. In weighing the testimony of a witness, you should consider their relationship to the party, their interest in any, if any, in the outcome of the case, their demeanor or manner of testifying, their opportunity to observe or acquire knowledge concerning the facts about which they have testified, their candor, fairness, and intelligence, and the extent to which they have been supported or contradicted by other credible evidence. You may, in short, accept or reject the testimony of any witness in whole or in part. As I have said before, if you do not follow these instructions, you will be guilty of juror misconduct, and I might have to order a new trial and start this process over again. This would waste your time and the party's money, and it would require the taxpayers of this county to pay for another trial. If a juror breaks any of these rules, tell that person to stop and report it to me immediately. Cause of action number 1, defamation committed against Neil Heslin. You are instructed that defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC committed defamation against Neil Heslin. You are further instructed that defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC published statements that were false and defamatory concerning Neil Heslin on June 26, 2017 and July 20th, 2017. Publish means intentionally or negligently to communicate the matter to a person other than Neil Heslin who is capable of understanding its meaning. False means that a statement is not literally true or not substantially true. A statement is not substantially true if in the mind of the average person, the gist of the statement is more damaging to the person affected by it than a literally true statement would have been. Defamatory means an ordinary person would interpret the statement in a way that tends to injure a living person's reputation and thereby expose the person to public hatred, contempt or ridicule, or financial injury, or to impeach the person's honesty, integrity, virtue, or reputation. You are further instructed that defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC knew or should have known in the exercise of ordinary care that the statements published on June 26, 2017 and July 20th, 2017 were false and had the potential to be defamatory. Ordinary care concerning the truth of the statement and its potential to be defamatory means that degree of care that would be used by a person of ordinary prudence under the same or similar circumstances. You are further instructed that at the time defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC published the statements on June 26, 2017 and July 20th, 2017, defendants knew the statements were false as it related to Neil Peslin, or that defendants published the statements with a high degree of awareness that they were probably false, to an extent that defendants in fact had serious doubts as to the truth of the statements. Under Texas law, defendants are responsible for all damages proximately caused by their actions, which were reasonably foreseeable, including damages, if any, caused by participating in this litigation. Question number 1. What sum of money, if paid now in cash, would fairly and reasonably compensate Neil Peslin for his damages, if any, that were proximately caused by defendants' defamatory publications on June 26, 2017 and July 20th, 2017? Proximate cause means a cause that was a substantial factor in bringing about an injury, and without which cause such injury would not have occurred. In order to be a proximate cause, the act or omission complained of must be such that a person using ordinary care would have foreseen that the injury or some similar injury might reasonably result therefrom. There may be more than one proximate cause of an injury. Mental anguish means the emotional pain, torment, and suffering experienced by Neil Peslin. Do not include any amount for any condition existing before the defamatory publications, except to the extent, if any, that such other condition was aggravated by any injuries that resulted from the defamatory publications. Consider the elements of damages listed below and none other. Consider each element separately. Do not award any sum of money on any element if you have otherwise, under some other element, awarded a sum of money for the same loss. That is, do not compensate twice for the same loss, if any. Do not include interest on any amount of damages you find. Answer separately in dollars and cents for the damages listed below, if any. A, injury to reputation that Neil Peslin sustained in the past. Answer, and there is a spot for an answer. Injury to reputation that in reasonable probability Neil Peslin will sustain in the future. Sorry, that was B, and there's an answer. C, mental anguish that Neil Peslin sustained in the past. Answer. D, mental anguish that in reasonable probability Neil Peslin will sustain in the future. Answer. Cause of action number 2, intentional infliction of emotional distress committed against Neil Peslin and Scarlett Lewis. You are instructed that defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC committed intentional infliction of emotional distress against Neil Peslin and Scarlett Lewis in a continuing course of conduct from 2013 to 2018. Intentional infliction of emotional distress means the defendant acts intentionally or recklessly with extreme and outrageous conduct to cause the plaintiff emotional distress, and the emotional distress suffered by the plaintiff was severe. Extreme and outrageous conduct means the conduct has been so outrageous in character and so extreme in degree as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Under Texas law, defendants are responsible for all damages proximately caused by their actions, which were reasonably foreseeable, including damages, if any, caused by participating in this litigation. Question number 2. What sum of money, if paid now in cash, would fairly and reasonably compensate Neil Heslin for his damages, if any, that were proximately caused by defendant's intentional infliction of emotional distress from 2013 to 2018? Proximate cause means a cause that was a substantial factor in bringing about an injury, and without which cause such injury would not have occurred. In order to be a proximate cause, the act or omission complained of must be such that a person using ordinary care would have foreseen that the injury or some similar injury might reasonably result therefrom. There may be more than one proximate cause of an injury. Mental anguish means the emotional pain, torment, and suffering experienced by Neil Heslin. Do not include any amount for any condition existing before the extreme and outrageous conduct, except to the extent, if any, that such other condition was aggravated by any injuries that resulted from the extreme and outrageous conduct. Consider the elements of damages listed below and none other. Consider each element separately. Do not award any sum of money on any element if you have otherwise, under some other element, awarded a sum of money for the same loss. That is, do not compensate twice for the same loss, if any. Do not include interest on any amount of damages you find. Answer separately and in dollars and cents for each person for the damages listed below, if any. A, mental anguish that Neil Heslin sustained in the past, and then answer, and there's a line. B, mental anguish that in reasonable probability Neil Heslin will sustain in the future. Question number 3. What sum of money, if paid now in cash, would fairly and reasonably compensate Scarlett Lewis for her damages, if any, were approximately caused by defendant's intentional infliction of emotional distress from 2013 to 2018? Proximate cause means a cause that was a substantial factor in bringing about an injury, and without which cause such injury would not have occurred. In order to be a proximate cause, the act or omission complained of must be such that a person using ordinary care would have foreseen that the injury or some similar injury might reasonably result therefrom. There may be more than one proximate cause of an injury. Mental anguish means the emotional pain, torment, and suffering experienced by Scarlett Lewis. Do not include any amount for any condition existing before the extreme and outrageous conduct, except to the extent, if any, that such other condition was aggravated by any injuries that resulted from the extreme and outrageous conduct. Consider the elements of damages listed below and none other. Consider each element separately. Do not award any sum of money on any element if you have otherwise, under some other element, awarded a sum of money for the same loss. That is, do not compensate twice for the same loss, if any. Do not include interest on any amount of damages you find. Answer separately in dollars and cents for each person for the damages listed below, if any. A, mental anguish that Scarlett Lewis sustained in the past. Answer. B, mental anguish that in reasonable probability Scarlett Lewis will sustain in the future. Answer. Presiding juror, when you go into the jury room to answer the questions, the first thing you will need to do is choose a presiding juror. The presiding juror has these duties. A, have the complete charge read aloud if it will be helpful to your deliberations. B, Preside over your deliberations, meaning manage the discussions and see that you follow these instructions. C, give written questions or comments to the judicial executive assistant who will give them to the judge. D, write down the answers on which you agree. E, get the signatures for a verdict certificate. And F, notify the judicial executive assistant that you have reached a verdict. Do you understand the duties of the presiding juror? This is a question for my jury. Everyone has nodded or said yes. Do not, please tell me. Instructions for signing the verdict certificate. 1, unless otherwise instructed, you may answer the questions on a vote of 10 jurors. The same 10 jurors must agree on every answer in the charge. This means you may not have one group of 10 jurors agree on one answer and a different group of 10 jurors agree on another answer. 2, if 10 jurors agree on every answer, those 10 jurors sign the verdict. If 11 jurors agree on every answer, those 11 jurors sign the verdict. If all 12 of you agree on every answer, you are unanimous and only the presiding juror signs the verdict. 3, all jurors should deliberate on every question. You may end up with all 12 of you agreeing on some answers, while only 10 or 11 of you agree on other answers. But when you sign the verdict, only those 10 who agree on every answer will sign the verdict. And then you'll see the original copy has my signature. Verdict certificate, check 1. Our verdict is unanimous. All 12 of us have agreed to each and every answer. The presiding juror has signed the certificate for all 12 of us. And there's a line for the signature and the printed name of the presiding juror. Or our verdict is not unanimous. 11 of us have agreed to each and every answer and have signed the certificate below. Or our verdict is not unanimous. 10 of us have agreed to each and every answer and have signed the certificate below. And then you will see there are 11 lines for signatures and printed names. All right, at this time, we are going to hear from the attorneys, and for the plaintiff, it'll be Mr. Farah, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you. Please record.
yes.
The truth lives at InfoWars. That was at the very end of the video that the defendants played today with Mr. Jones on it. That was the video that supposedly the idea was this is Alex Jones telling the world, finally, once and for all, I think Sandy Hook was real. Believe me, I think it was real. But what you notice when you're looking at that video is he goes to a screen and he points out FBI reports, no deaths at Sandy Hook. He goes down and he says, no EMS allowed in the building. He said the police ate lunch inside. Lie, lie, lie. None of that's true. His effort to tell the world he believes Sandy Hook was real was fueled with the exact same thing he has said for years at that point. The actual truth is the day Sandy Hook happened, Alex Jones planted a seed of misinformation that lasted a decade, the most horrific decade of misinformation in American history. And he just watered that seed over and over until it finally bore fruit. Cruelty and money. That's what it bore. When Neil and Scarlett heard about what was going on, different times early in 2013 and 14, they had some choices to make. And the first choice was, let's try to ignore this. Let's not dignify this. This is crazy. People won't believe this. Nobody's going to believe that. This is real. Nobody's seen this type of level of misinformation before. They don't believe it could be happening to them. So they try to ignore it for years and it doesn't work. 2017, we know that Neil went on the Megyn Kelly show. He was invited and he said, I don't think I really want to. And he decided, if I can appeal to Alex Jones' humanity, that's what kind of people. Neil doesn't go on the show and say, stop it, Alex, that's a lie. stop your misinformation. He appeals to his heart and says, I hope you have a happy Father's Day with your kids. You're lucky, you're blessed. I don't have mine. That was his way of saying, that's a lie, and stop it. It didn't work. They asked for a retraction. It didn't work. There was never a retraction. What Scarlett and Neil didn't appreciate at the time was that money was much more powerful than truth to Alex Jones. You heard Ms. Karpova testify. There are different truths. No, there's not. There's the truth, and then there's everything else. There may be different levels of truth at InfoWars, but not in reality. We don't have different levels of truth. We have one truth. There is one truth. Jesse lived. Jesse died December 14, 2012 at the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting. Jesse died a hero. He saved 9 other little kids that day. Jesse's life mattered. His legacy matters. Mr. Bankston, at the beginning of the case, told you about 2 different rules we have in society. I'm going to add one. He told you can't recklessly tell lies about somebody. He told you can't recklessly tell lies about something important to someone. And here's the rule I'm going to add. If you do, you have to pay for it. And that's what we're here to do, to make sure Alex Jones and his company pays for the reckless lies that they told about these folks. So why do we have these rules? Because speech is free, but you have to pay for your lies. That's what Mr. Bankston said in opening. You have to pay for the harm that they cause people. If I go walk into a pottery barn and start smashing vases, nobody looks at me and says, well, just say you're sorry and go about your way. You have to pay for that loss. You have to be held accountable. Remember what Scarlett said just yesterday when she was talking about forgiveness. And she said, look, rape victims can forgive the assailant. But that doesn't mean that person isn't held accountable for what they did. They go to prison. This is obviously a civil case, but this is still your opportunity to hold Alex Jones accountable for the harm he did to Scarlett, for the harm he did to Neil. So if we follow the rules, this is how it works. This is from Fred Zip. You follow the rules, you check your sources. You do something to make sure the information that you're about to tell the world is accurate. If you're making accusations about people, there has to be solid evidence that that is the truth. And here's the thing, if you're wrong, and if people are wrong, this isn't the first defamation case that's ever been brought in front of a jury, right? People get it wrong and you make a retraction. You minimize the harm. You minimize the damage. You don't keep doing it year and year and year over and over and over again. That's chaos. We know the rules are broken. We know from, this is Ms. Paz, she testified via deposition. Ms. Karpova sat up on the stand and she was a corporate representative for free speech. Ms. Paz testified at deposition, she was also a corporate representative. And I know that may not mean a lot to you, but what it's saying is this is the company speaking because companies can't speak. So this is free speech systems speaking. And what did she say? I don't think this is the question. I don't think we need to split a lot of hairs about what was fake, what fake is or is not. And would you agree with me that the reason that we don't need to do this, that is because many, many times people on InfoWars, including Mr. Jones, has unequivocally said that Sandy Hook is completely false, totally synthetic, manufactured. Do you agree with that? She said, I agree. Those are direct quotes on Mr. Jones' opinions, yes. We know we broke the rules. We know it from the jury charge that was just read. You were instructed that there was defamation against Neil Heslin and that there was intentional infliction of emotional distress against both Neil and Scar. And in case you're wondering why defamation with Neil, it's because he was singled out by name. Rob Jacobson, you remember him? He was a reporter who left. He testified,
I've heard them, I heard InfoWars making accusations based on extremely narrow cross sections of information. That I did my best to make the writers and the staff aware that what they were doing was speculation based on not enough information. It bothered me. That bothered me that I felt they had no concept of journalistic ethics. That's what he's telling the folks at InfoWars. And if you think for a second that he misremembered what he said, Adon Salazar confirmed it. He testified in deposition. He was asked, did Mr. Jacobson ever advise you of his concerns about relying on Mr. Holiday as a source for reporting that Sandy Hook was a scripted event? He says, Mr. Jacobson, I think, did raise concerns, but I didn't really regard them because Mr. Jacobson had some wild theories about a lot of things. So they ignored him. And what did Mr. Salazar actually want to do? He wanted to make bumper stickers and t-shirts that said, Hallbig was right. The seed was planted, the misinformation was planted the day of the shooting, December 14th, 2012. Alex Jones was on air. He's calling it a false flag already. He has no information. Nobody has any information. He criticized the media because they're trying to get information out as they get it in, and that's a criticism because, oh, there's this many people that were killed, and that number changes as information becomes available. He says that's the conspiracy. That's the thing that we should be worried about, not that he goes on instantly and says this is a false flag, that maybe it's CIA or FBI agents that killed these children, or maybe they didn't die at all. That's not what we have to worry about. We have to worry about the media, CNN folks, who changed the number of deaths. The videos are in evidence. I'm going to go through a few. I'm not going to actually play the videos, but I'm going to go through just some of the things he said. 2013, an inside job. That's inside his government. He thinks the CIA. And one thing that has struck me this whole trial is this idea that there was a time Alex Jones thought the government killed the children. Then there was a time he thought it was a complete hoax and it never happened. And then there was a time he thought the government killed the children. He just said on the stand today that maybe the FBI killed those children. How is that any less painful to these people? How is it any less painful to hear you're a crisis actor, this never happened, or you actually did have a child, but by the way, the government killed him for some political gain? That's not less painful to them. That's not an excuse. 2014, total hoax. Photos of kids still alive, they said died. 2015, synthetic, completely fake with actors. This is Exhibit 31. It's been talked about a lot. You'll be able to look at the dates and the titles. Most of the videos are in evidence also. But if we just start looking, I'm not going to show them all, just picking a few. 2012, this is the day of the accident. Connecticut school massacre looks like false flag, says witnesses. Next year early, why people think Sandy Hook is a hoax. Month later, children of Sandy Hook to perform at Super Bowl. A couple months later, crisis actors used at Sandy Hook, special report. Crisis actors used at Sandy Hook. This idea, as if it is a defense at all, that he didn't start believing that it was a complete hoax until 2014 or 15. In 2013, he says crisis actors used at Sandy Hook. 2014, revealed Sandy Hook truth exposed. Same year, bombshell, Sandy Hook massacre was a DHS illusion, says school safety expert. We all know who that school safety expert is. That's Wolfgang Halbig. September 2014, Sandy Hook deaths missing from FBI report. Because he looked at table 8, not table 9. May 2015, Sandy Hook, the lies keep growing. July 2015, government is manufacturing crisis. And that takes us to Owen Schroyer. His June 25th, 2017 telecast show, hit piece, defamation. Mr. Schroyer was on the stand and I went through a list of items that he didn't know before he ran that. Never heard of Mr. Heslin. He didn't do anything to fact check the accuracy of his report. Nothing. You remember what he said? He said, because I remembered, I was walking back, he was there and he said, I could have done a better job. And I turned around and I said, you could have done a job because you did nothing to fact check that. Didn't watch the video clips. May not have actually even read the article first. Never heard of iBankCoin. Never heard of the author 0 Point Now. I'm gonna stop here for a second. During the video that the defense played just today, Alex Jones on that video went to some report and it had all these quotes that were good for him. You remember that? Things that he liked. And it was published by iBankCoin and it was ran on Zero Hedge. You heard testimony. What Zero Hedge is a blog that you can post anonymous stories on. And if you remember, the story he was talking about was 0 Point Now. That was the author. So he's taking articles from a blog that anybody could publish on that are positive to him from an author named 0 Point Now. I wonder where that author works. He talks about, in this trial, talks about how Megyn Kelly was so unfair to cut the clips, how we've been so unfair when we cut clips. That's what he did. That's why we're here. This is Mr. Carver, the medical examiner. And you remember the question he asked was, what condition were the bodies in when the parents had to identify their children? And he goes on to say, well, we didn't do that. We didn't bring the children and the parents in together. He's answering the question. That's not how they identified the children. That would be a level of cruelty it's hard to even imagine. If you just brought parents in to a morgue and just had them look around until they found their child. No, they interviewed him and said, what was he wearing? I've got photographers. What do you say? The best photographers. Ones that can take pictures that aren't as horrendous as they have to be to make these identifications. And they cut to make it sound like he never saw his kids. The Anderson Cooper interview with the McConnell family cut her answer in mid-answer when she says, I wanted to see my child, then cut it off and she says, but I decided not to because I wanted to remember her as she was. She wanted to remember Grace with her long blonde hair and a bows in it. The article that's shown was written by Jim Fetzer. We heard testimony about him today. He's mentally ill. You know, we throw these terms around like crazy or whatever, and it's unfortunate. He's a mentally ill person. He's a discredited former professor from University of Minnesota. Ms. Paz testified about him. Said prior to this June 26, 2017, prior to the video of June 26, 2017 that discusses information from Mr. Fetzer, the company had in its possession an extremely large volume of emails from Ms. Fetzer, which clearly revealed to any rational person that Mr. Fetzer is not mentally balanced, correct? She says, are you asking whether they're in our possession or whether, yes, they're in our possession. They're on our email server. They knew before that he is not mentally well. That's why they never had him on the show. We have an email from Paul Watson. This is a year and a half before that article was aired, the story was aired. And he said, this Sandy Hook stuff is killing us. It's promoted by the most batshit crazy people like Ritz and Fetzer, who all hate us anyway. It makes us look bad. There is no doubt they knew he was crazy. So they took a man who they thought was mentally ill, wrote an article, published it by an anonymous author on a blog, and ran with it. And this idea that they're just republishing that, you saw the video multiple times. Ian Schroyer is not just republishing it. He says, that's not something you would forget, holding your dead child. And he kept calling it a claim. He claims this and claims that, and he shows these other videos to try to prove it's wrong. And then he demands some sort of explanation from Mr. Heslin, like he owes Owen Schroyer anything in the world. final statement on Sandy Hook. Mr. Jones again testified just today. This was my intent. This was going to be my final statement. I didn't want anything to do with it anymore. I wanted out of it. I was getting beat up by it. I went out. I'm going to tell the world I believe Sandy Hook happened, and I believe these parents are real and that Jesse lived. You say at the very end of that.
I'm a parent, and my heart goes out to all parents that have lost children in these tragic events. And so if children were lost in Sandy Hook, my heart goes out to each and every one of those parents and the people that say they're parents that I see on the news. The problem is I've watched a lot of soap operas, and I've seen actors before. And I know when I'm watching a movie, I know when I'm watching something real. It was Sandy Hook.
I know when I'm watching a movie, and I know when I'm watching something real. Let's look into Sandy Hook. That was his way of conveying what he testified today, that it probably did happen. He couldn't even testify today. So this is my way of saying it probably happened. That's not saying it happened. That's saying it didn't happen. That's saying that they're actors. It's saying exactly what he said the years before it. What is the impact when you break your rules? Because, you know, Mr. Bankston talked in the opening. I think he's right. There's nothing that's ever happened like this before. Sure, there's been defamation cases, articles in newspapers or magazines have been run that have something wrong. There has never been a continuous year after year campaign of defamation and intentional infliction of emotional distress on people, ever. It's never happened. It's the first time. This is the first year to ever hear anything like this. This isn't the fender bender that Mr. Renal kept talking about in jury selection. This is a decade of lies, a decade of deceit. It destroyed people's lives. Good people, people that chose love. He's made them live their lives in fear. Fear of actually being harmed or murdered by people that follow the lies and want to do something about it. That believe the lies and the hate that come from Mr. Jones. You heard Scarlett testify. Healing and fear are mutually exclusive. She cannot heal while she's in fear. Heal the loss of Jesse while she stays in fear. One of the things that I thought was powerful from Scarlett when she testified a lot. And she talked directly to Alex, and she said, Alex, every day in my life has been a little bit worse because you're every day in her life, a little bit worse for what he's done. You heard from our expert, Becca Lewis, on misinformation, and she told you that misinformation spreads 6 times faster than truth, 6 times faster. So these lies are spreading across the country at an insane rate. People are taking action. They're confronting them all the time. Neil was asked by Mr. Renal, he was asked, well, how often are you getting harassed? He said, sometimes, not for a month or 2. Sometimes a dozen times in a week. The thing that caught my ear was sometimes he can go 2 whole months without being harassed. It's been 9.5 years. His house was shot up. His car was shot up. Somebody drove by his house, and to Neil's credit, he said, I don't want to speculate. It sounded like gunfire, but yelled InfoWars and Alex Jones, and he thought he heard gunfire. They harassed him online. There's death threats. We heard the death threat from Mr. Posner. That lady went to prison. This idea that they can't say it's all from Alex Jones. She went to prison and was not allowed to get on InfoWars.com as part of her punishment. It's all from Alex Jones. Becca Lewis talked about that. His reach is so much greater than anybody else's. There's nothing else out there close in the misinformation. Each time they're confronted, they just reset the healing. They have to live the worst day, week, or month, that first painful part of their life again after Jesse's death every time. And some of it's innocent. You heard Neil talking about some of it's innocent, right? It's a friend. Man, did you hear that new crazy theory that Jesse never died, or that Jesse was killed by a CIA agent? Did you hear about that? That's not malicious, but it affects them just the same. Sure, that doesn't scare them, but it resets, and it resets that pain every single time. So they started devoting themselves to protecting Jesse's legacy. You heard Mr. Michael Crouch talk about, and we all know this, parents have to protect their kids. That's what we're here for. We protect our kids. Jesse's gone, they can't protect him. And there's some sense of guilt. They both clearly know there's nothing they could have done. It's not their fault that Jesse was killed, but there's always a sense of guilt. So they are protecting his legacy in different ways. Neil is fighting the disinformation. He's here making sure we're that fight. Scarlett has choose hope, choose love. Goes around the country trying to make sure these type of things don't ever happen again. What's hard for them is to know that the motive was money. It was money. If somebody makes a mistake, it may be hard, but it's easier to take. It affects you when you know someone is profiting off of your pain and off the pain, off the death of your child. Someone's making money for that by spreading misinformation and spreading lies. That absolutely hurts. You heard Alex Jones talk about today, 70 million in revenue. He testified to that. He testified on direct in 2012. That was his goal, if you'll remember yesterday. He said, in 2012, I had a goal to get $70 million in revenue. He achieved it through lies, through misinformation, through riling up a base of conspiracy theorists that all want to go buy his prepper gear now, buy his food. Alex Jones doesn't find value, or doesn't value Neil and Scarlett's pain. He finds value in their pain. He sees value in that pain. There is a complete inability to take responsibility. It's just excuses. Today, there's no ability to take responsibility. Saying I'm sorry is not taking responsibility. It's not. Being forgiven by Scarlett isn't taking responsibility. I think she had the best possible analogy when she said, you can forgive the rapist, but he still has to be held accountable. I'm sorry, don't cut it. You caused damage, you caused harm, you have to pay for what you broke. And the thing I keep noticing is every I'm sorry has a comma but, right? It's never just I'm sorry for what I did. It's I'm sorry, but that Megyn Kelly, she went out and she got me. She entrapped me. Megyn Kelly's a reporter just like Alex Jones is. I'm sorry, but I'm not responsible. Well, Ms. Paz testified to this. Okay, but you did agree that InfoWars, its coverage did impact the grieving process. You just don't think they have any responsibility for it, right? Would you say that's correct? We hurt these folks. Our coverage hurt these folks. We're just not responsible. That's this whole trial has been one excuse after another. I'm going to go through the 9 that I sort of heard. You may have heard them a little bit different, but I think this covers the gist. We're going to go talk about each one. Return a verdict of $1. That is not taking responsibility. What did Ian Schroeder say when he was asked the question, if you had it to do over again, would you do anything different? He said, yeah, I wouldn't air the piece at all. It has really negatively affected, not these folks, my life and career. This lawsuit has affected Alex Jones' well-being. I heard a lot about that today. Other people were spreading the lies. Less than 0.5% of our coverage was about Sandy Hook. They should have called Alex Jones and worked through their pain with him. Believing Wolfgang Halbig's credentials was the worst decision InfoWars ever made. Neil and Scarlett are malingerers who lied to Dr. Lubit and Michael Crouch. And Jones said he's sorry. Let's talk about each one of those. Return a verdict of $1. This is the jury charge. And you've been instructed that Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems committed intentional infliction of emotional distress against Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis. And in that definition of intentional infliction of emotional distress, just so when you get there, you'll know, the emotional distress suffered by plaintiff was severe. You were instructed their emotional distress is severe. The conduct has gone beyond all possible bounds of decency and to be regarded as atrocious and utterly intolerable in a civilized community. Utterly intolerable for what we're doing in our community, our civilization. We can't do that. The idea of returning of a verdict of $1 is, Scarlett said, every day he's made my life worse since shortly after Jesse died. Schroyer says, when asked the question, if you had it to do over, what would you do? Make any changes? Said, no, I wouldn't air the piece because it's negatively affected my life and career. He's in the same job making $130,000 a year. Doesn't sound too negative. That is a level of inability to accept responsibility. It's hard to grasp. And there was a question I want to address it. One of the questions was whether or not Alex Jones would take responsibility for the folks that work for him. And he said, graciously, he said, yes, I absolutely would. I do want to make sure that if we look at the jury charge though, for cause of action number 1, it says, you were instructed that defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC committed defamation against Neil Heslin. It goes on to say you were further instructed that defendants Alex Jones and Free Speech Systems LLC published statements that were false and defamatory concerning Neil Heslin on June 26, 2017 and July 20th, 2017. Point being that the court has already instructed you, Free Speech Systems and Alex Jones are responsible for Owen Schroyer's defamation. There's 2 dates also because Alex Jones republished that on July 20th, 2017. This lawsuit has affected Alex Jones' well-being. I got to say, the biggest defense I've heard is he's the victim. He caused all this pain to this family, and he's the victim. He defamed Neil Heslin, and he is the victim. Ms. Karpova testified, people think Alex Jones killed those children. No, they don't. Nobody thinks that, Alex. Nobody does. You killed their ability to get over the loss of their children. You didn't kill their children. The victim, what did he say when he was asked by Mr. Rinaldi about being deplatformed? I wrote it down, so I don't want to get it wrong. He said, now people can say whatever they want about you, and everyone else can attack you, and you can't fight back. That's what he said about being deplatformed. That sounds exactly like what he did to these folks, right? Exactly what he did to them. They didn't have an ability to fight back. This is their fighting back. They told you Alex Jones wasn't the only one spreading these lies. There's other people. What did Detective Jewess say? Remember, he talked about how he's still the lead detective because their role really became support the families at all costs. There was a trooper assigned to every family for a year. And he was asked, have you heard of these other people? He said, no, I've only heard of Alex Jones and Wolfgang Halbig. That's the only 2. Owen Schroyer testified saying, Alex Jones and Wolfgang Halbig who was spreading this information. And what did Wolfgang Halbig say? He said, without InfoWars, nobody would hear the truth. Wolfgang Halbig had no ability to get his message out. His web of lies that he came up with and his 16 questions or whatever it was, the only way to get that out was through InfoWars and Alex Jones. He didn't have a TV show or a radio broadcast or a website with any real traffic on it at all. Nothing. It's all through Alex Jones and InfoWars. Becca Lewis testified. And she said, she was asked the question, more likely than not, for all these people getting this misinformation, the 24% of Americans that think Sandy Hook was either faked or in some way have questions about its validity. All these people, where did they get their information? And she said, in academics, we don't do a lot of absolutes. We just don't. This is when I can. It absolutely came from Alex Jones, and it absolutely came from InfoWars. Less than 5% of our coverage was about Sandy Hook. I think the question that the juror asked, just because you commit crimes seldomly, does that mean you shouldn't be held responsible? Absolutely not. That's crazy. Of course, you're held responsible whenever you break the law, whenever you defame somebody. You don't have to defame them 20 times, just once. But that's not what happened in this case. Again, 27 hours of agreed upon coverage of Sandy Hook by InfoWars. 27 hours.
I object. This is exactly the evidence that I've been trying to get in and that you excluded.
Your objection's overruled.
That's unprecedented. Like I said earlier, the defamation case is one article that ran. 27 hours of coverage over years. Doesn't help that it's hidden between 99.5% of other libelous and slanders and lies and misinformation. It doesn't matter if it's hidden in there. It matters what it did to these people, who heard it, and how they reacted and how they came after him and attacked him. That's what matters. They should have worked through their pain with Alex Jones. That's a psychopath on the stand. Why would he call Alex Jones and want to sit down and work through their pain with Alex Jones? Literally the last person in the world that this family would want to sit down with and work through their pain. Believing Wolfgang Halbig's credentials was the worst decision InfoWars ever made. That's what Ms. Karpova testified to. The word credentials I find sort of funny. I don't know how you have credentials that allow you to say children were kidnapped by a satanic cult and put on the Super Bowl stage to sing to us and then taken off. There's no credentials for that. We don't have like an apprenticeship program for that. But they knew. The thing is, they knew that he was not mentally well. This Oz testifies to. But you can agree that there are plenty of emails he sent in 2014 that the company did in fact read and thanked him for it. She says, yes, that are crazy. She says, yeah, that happened in 2014. Adam Salazar says the same. Well, actually, what Adam Salazar, remember, he put a lot of articles up with Wolfgang. He said, beyond listening to the interview and visiting the website you described, you did nothing. Further check Mr. Halbig's credentials and credibility, correct? He says, yeah, that's correct. This is Exhibit 51. It was in a deposition with Mr. Salazar, and it's an email exchange. I'm not going to go through it all. From 2014, in March, it goes through all these reasons that Wolfgang is not credible. This idea that he was an expert in Columbine, not true. This idea that he's some sort of foremost school safety expert, not true. It's made all that up and people believed it. Nobody fact-checked any of that. This is the picture, the Super Bowl picture, where the kids at Sandy Hook, February of 2013, went and sang at the Super Bowl. She says, this is Jesse Lewis' fake name. He sends that to InfoWars, March 2015. And Nico at InfoWars responds, got the Super Bowl pick, thank you for sending. this should have been a pretty good sign. We really shouldn't have him on the show. I don't think he's quite right. I don't think he's mentally stable. We should stop basing our weird conspiracy theory that Sandy Hook didn't happen from this guy, because he's really the source. He's the number one guy. This is why it's intentional infliction of emotional distress. This is intentional. When you start getting all the warning signs and you keep going after people, it becomes intentional. It's not a mistake. It's not negligent anymore. It's intentional. Neil and Scarlett are malingerers who lied to Lubit and Mr. Crouch. So you sort of have to think about how that would work, because Mr. Crouch said the first notes about some sort of profiteering and conspiracy theories appears in 2013. So Neil has to think to himself, I think in 3 years, there's going to be this election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And I think Hillary's probably going to run some hit pieces on Donald Trump, linking him to Alex Jones and this conspiracy theory. So if I want to take Alex Jones down in 2022, I need to start right now complaining about it. That's how you have to get there. Conspiracy. He said he's sorry. Jones said he's sorry. Remember what Mr. Badandi said? He said, just operation cover your ass. I mean, like if you're going to report something, make sure you've got documented facts so we don't get sued. That was a big thing, you know what I mean? He said, and that was the term that they actually used, operation cover your ass. He said, yeah, that was Rob Dew's term. Just make sure. Does anybody not think those apologies are part of operation cover your ass? You realize the heat was coming. Lawsuits were getting threatened. He went to operation cover your ass. It's testified today that maybe the FBI killed those kids too. It's about halfway out, and Mr. Bankson objected, said, what are we talking about anymore? He says he's learned, he said he learned his lesson. I think Mr. Schroeder said, well, I think we really learned our lesson. What did Mr. Bankson ask? Every single mass death, mass event since then, staged hoax, staged hoax, staged hoax. It's not learning your lesson. It's doing the same thing over and over and over again. So what is your role? A couple things before we get to the actual role. Remember Christopher Daniels, who was asked, do you believe that calling somebody a crisis actor would be a horrible claim, right? He said, if it's false. Question, so falsely saying that someone is a crisis actor would be a horrible claim. He says, well, it depends on the context. I mean, you don't want to be calling, you want to be called something that you're not, you know? Adon Salazar, did it occur to you how families who have lost loved ones at Sandy Hook would react to an allegation that, in fact, their children were murdered in an event that was scripted and planned over 2.5 years? Did that occur to you? No, I didn't think about that. So what is your role? We see things on the news all the time. We say, man, somebody should do something about that. That's not right. We should do something about that. That's your role. You get to do something about that. Right now, right today. Do something about the harm that was caused to these folks.
I object to this punitive damages argument on this.
Overruled.
Your job is to determine the right amount. What is just and fair compensation for the harm that was caused to Neil and to Scarlett? And if you remember back in jury selection, there was a question that was asked, is there anybody here that just did not give over $100 million regardless of what the evidence showed? And a bunch of people raised their hands and they were talked to. None of those people were on the jury. And there was a question, is there anybody here that can't give middle anguish damages? And a bunch of people raised their hand. Nobody here is on that jury, is on this jury. This jury is comprised of people
that are willing and capable to give a large verdict if the evidence shows it. And the evidence absolutely shows it in this case. So what does it cost Alex Jones and his company to steal the last memory Neil Heslin had of Jesse, to steal it from in the pursuit of selling more products? What does it cost Alex Jones and his company to spread lies and rile up a base and spread lies so vile that people actually came and accosted him and harassed him and sent them death threats and sent death threats to other people, shoot at his house? What does it cost to do that, all in the goal of selling more pills? What does it cost to destroy reputations, not just in Sandy Hook or Newtown, not just Connecticut, not even just the United States, the entire world, to destroy people's reputations in the entire world, all in the pursuit of selling more prepper gear? What does it cost when a mom can't even turn on her air conditioning at night in the summer for fear that she'll miss the sound of an intruder coming just to sell more gear, to make more money, to hit that $70 million revenue goal in 2012? What is it going to take to make sure Alex Jones and his companies pay for what they broke? You remember Mr. Crouch, when he was on the stand, that this is a psychotherapist. Minister Rinal asked him a question about buckets. How do you differentiate the pain that these folks felt for the loss of Jesse, which is real? And Dr. Lupit, Mr. Crouch, both testified you never really get over the loss of a child. It's not the normal course of life. We can't really get over it. We can get better, and we get functional, and we start enjoying life, and we start remembering the good things. They were starting to remember the good things, but the question was, how do you separate those buckets? Mr. Crouch said, that's easy. This is a whole separate and distinct injury. Each one of those buckets has mental anguish and it has grief. And the one that Alex Jones caused them is full. That's what he said. And Dr. Lupit talked about that too. Allostatic, I'm not even gonna try, the idea that you're out of emotions, you're all done, you're flat. They talked about seeing the different interviews from Neil from 2012, 2017, and one recent one, and he's flat. He's all out of emotion. The fear, the anxiety, the drive to keep Jesse alive, to keep his legacy, to not have it tarnished as some sort of false actor or fake, or that he didn't exist. It's taken it all out of him. They're still protecting Jesse. That's what Mr. Crouch said. That's their job. He said that this verdict will tell the world that Jesse lived, that he was real, that he mattered. And that the lies are just that, they're lies. So what does it take to fix what he broke? At number 24%, 75 million adult Americans believe that Sandy Hook was staged, faked, or at least have some doubt as to whether or not it's real. $1 a person that believes that lie. I said 75, 150 million, I'm sorry. 150 million Americans. $1 a person for everybody who believes that lie is the fair, it's the reasonable, it's the just amount. The weight of that many people, every time, it doesn't matter where they go. They want to go on vacation to Miami or wherever it may be. 1 out of 4 people walk by, they don't know if they think that person is somebody who thinks Sandy Hook was hoax. It was a complete hoax. And of those, they don't know, are any of them going to recognize them? And of those, are any of them dangerous? That's not a way to live your life. That's why they've retreated. They don't have friends. They don't go do things anymore. I could have stood up here and said,
what Ms. Lewis talked about. She said the InfoWars site had 3 billion hits from, I think it was 2012 to 2019, 3 billion. It's not 3 billion different users. That's not what she said. She said 3 billion hits. You can't tell how many different users. You can only tell number of hits. Could have said $1 per person who clicked on that website would be fair. But it's 75 million for Neil, 75 million for Scarlett, for what they've had to endure. For every day of your life being a little bit worse because somebody else exists and somebody else keeps spreading lies about you intentionally, recklessly, maliciously. One of the things you may have noticed when you're reading through the jury charge is that Neil has the claim for defamation that Scarlett doesn't. So he's got more places to be compensated. He's got loss of reputational damages and mental anguish specific for that. I think he put $75 million total for each one. So for Neil, that's 12,500,000 for each one of those spots. Scarlett only has 2 lines, so hers is 37,500,000. The impact of what they've done has lasted and continues to last. It's 9.5 years, and it's going to keep going. It's not stopping. Even if Alex Jones stops talking about it right now, it's out there, and people are still going to evaporate. That damage is done. It's taken years to get to this point, to get in front of you, for Neil to be able to tell the story and Scarlett to be able to tell her story. Years of fight. When you go back there, I implore you, it's a hard process. Stick with it. Don't compromise. The truth matters. It's too important. Don't compromise the truth. Neil told you on the stand that Alex started this fight. He intends to end it. Your verdict ends that fight. End this nightmare for them.
Sarah, I think we should take a short break and then we'll come back. So let's take a 15-minute break. So let's come back at 3:10. So remember, you're still not released to have any.
All rise.
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah, sorry. Never readjusted it. You can still make them out, but it's like a big difference between the other.
No, I mean, can you still hear?
Oh, yeah, I picked them up on the other max, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
This is right on step.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna have a problem if you move here.
This doesn't need to be sitting in this. Because, no.
Really?
I removed the minutes.
Mhm. Did you?
Yeah, and I don't really listen. But, yeah, I do hear. Keep coming.
You don't think so?
Because the what we need to see.
Yeah, and also it's going to be referring to his notes.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure it's, I mean, you've got to spare more.
Pardon?
Yeah. Just need to make sure if Mark stands up to object, someone here stands up to object.
Yeah, that's true. Perfect. Okay, great. Thank you.
Work?
Thank you, sir.
How you doing, Joey?
Right.
Some more work.
I think we're doing it right.
So does Mercedes. Oh, that would be good. I'm just gonna sit outside the door while I chew my gum. There you go.
You did? Special hat.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is there any chance? Yeah. For him or?
No. Exactly, it's very sick.
You got 3 trials to be guilty. I'm sure you'll get what you're looking for. Triple jeopardy.
This one
And
in
then,
Poznan,
in
Connecticut. You gonna go?
He's gonna follow his lawyers, my instruction, whatever it takes.
We're gonna cover all orange.
Yeah, well, I've got to be thorough. Thorough.
Show you 10 hours. Show how the media, well, there were lies on both sides. Like the media had said I was harassing them. They're like, well, they, like a bunch of people said that.
Thank you so much.
I filmed that. But I mean, look at that, like, the editor probably attacked me. It's just, I didn't say, I'm at the stand, the FBI killed the kid. They just made that up. I just like,
I've recorded everything.
I never said the FBI killed those kids today. Said that. Owen said he was sorry, the family didn't stand. She said he wasn't. Just next time. So it's okay, I don't lie. I mess up, it's bad. There's more if you need. Thank you.
I can't go past this.
There's an imaginary staff.
You're the darling of the court, you can do whatever you want.
It's like those dog fights. Where
Judges shoot boots.
So you don't know.
You'll get to be outside.
Oh, yeah, great. I try to stop all this. I was trying to stop all this. It's just the same. What? It was. I knew it was. I knew it was. Thank you, sir.
Before you get chewed out.
Yep.
1 minute.
Work today. So how's it work? Like, you get one bird, there's no wood in trouble. Yeah. They say they don't have any trouble. So the judge is better. Even where you're voted by the Democrat judge, and it's trying to show you the guilty. So, or inclusionary, or whatever. So, it's all just a carry picture of the fact that it was. Or the media's dead.
All right. You may be seated. Whenever you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's an honor to be standing here in front of you again about a week and a half after we first began this trial. These last few days have gone by in a blur for me. I'm sure they've gone by in a blur for you as well. You have a very, very important decision to make. And I don't envy you that. I don't envy you that. It's going to be hard. And I think the best way that I can help you to make that decision is by superimposing the facts and the law as they were from the court's instructions and from the actual evidence that we heard from the witness stand and that we got in the form of videos and in the form of documents. We are here to discuss actual damages. I'd like you all to remember, before this trial started, the court told you, instructed you, that there are two phases. This is phase one. Now is the time to decide actual damages, actual compensation. I understand that there may be some of you who believe that Mr. Jones needs to be punished for what he did. And you're going to have the opportunity to send that message. But you haven't heard all the evidence yet so that you can send it. You're going to hear more and you're going to retire to deliberate again. And I'm going to have the opportunity to address you again. And there's so much I heard during Mr. Farah's argument that is all about punishment. I'm going to talk to you guys about punishment when the time comes. But today, right now, I want to talk to you about actual damages. And actual damages require actual evidence. Not what you wish the evidence was or you hope the evidence had been. Now's the time when you can actually hold us to our word. I said during our opening statement, a lawyer's opening statement is not like a politician's speech. You get to hold us to our burden, hold them to their burden. They brought this case. They need to prove it. On the bottom of every slide you're going to see today is the question in yellow. Where is the evidence? Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about 5 different things. I want to review the facts as we learned them from the witness stand, through the documents and through the videos. I want to review with you some of the key instructions that the court has already given you and that will guide you in your deliberations. And then I want to review the evidence specifically as it relates to whether Alex Jones caused Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis to be harassed. Whether Alex Jones caused Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis to suffer mental anguish. Whether Alex Jones caused damage to their reputation. And I prepared this PowerPoint based on the opening statement. It seems to be a bit of a moving target. We had been at 75 million. Now we're at 150 million. There was some suggestion that maybe we should be at 3 billion. So I'm going to have something to say to you all about that. And finally, I want to talk to you about the verdict form, the numbers that we think are appropriate in this case, and what your verdict should be and why. Let's talk about the facts. What is it that are the facts beyond change? What are the things that we can all agree have been proven through the evidence? We can all agree that on December 14th, 2012, Adam Lanza shot his way into an elementary school in Sandy Hook, Connecticut, and murdered 20 children and 6 educators. We can all agree that that very day, 2 groups of people became intensely interested in what had happened. On the one hand, you had politicians and the mainstream media. They descended on Sandy Hook like vultures, trying to get a story and trying to push a message. I talked to Mr. Heslin about that, about whether death and murder should be private events. It's sad that we live in a country like that, but we do. And that is the price we pay in some ways for transparency. They came and they reported irresponsibly. And a lot of the things that they reported turned out to be incorrect. And a lot of the things that they reported fed into a conspiracy narrative that was driven by people who are known as the truthers. People who'd been active since the Kennedy assassination, who'd gotten online after September 11th, who included people like Wolfgang Halbig, Steve Pieczenik, James Fetzer, Dr. James Tracy, and hundreds or thousands of others that organized around Facebook and YouTube and other areas. Detective Jewis testified about it. Where was Alex Jones from that happened? He was 1,500 miles away in Austin, Texas, and he was just as shocked as everyone else. I have endeavored every chance I could to play for you unedited, complete video. You all watched Alex on the first day. You watched that 51 minutes and you heard. I don't need to tell you. I don't need to remind you. You watched it. It's in evidence. I don't need to reframe it. I don't need to turn it into a video clip. It is there. So what do we know? We know that there was intense public interest and public scrutiny. We know that Alex as a talk show where he invites guests, where he takes callers. And we know that he reported on what had happened at Sandy Hook. And Alex doesn't trust the government. He doesn't trust the official narrative. You know, we heard during closing argument that Alex had said from the witness stand that the FBI killed the children. I mean, y'all were here. He said that the New York Times had reported that an FBI agent interviewed Adam Lanza 4 years before the murders. We're here about facts that come from the witness stand, not what people wish they had said. So Alex ran with a story, and he made a mistake. He trusted the wrong people. He was going through a difficult time in his life, and he ran with a story that ended up being false. The court has instructed you. At the time, Steve Pachenik was somebody that he trusted. And Wolfgang Halbig, as far as he was concerned, seemed credentialed. He made a terrible mistake. Okay? But what happens next? That mistake was weaponized by the same political forces that had descended upon Sandy Hook. And it was magnified and amplified throughout the 2016 election. I mean, we talk about, it's sad, we talk about people feeding off these children. I mean, politicians, the news media, right? I mean, it's happening everywhere. And so it becomes this election issue, and that magnifies it. And let's get one thing straight, that both Mr. Hessman and Ms. Lewis testified, and is corroborated by Dr. Crouch's patient notes, which are contemporaneous. Before 2018, neither Scarlett Lewis nor Neil Hessman had ever watched a single Alex Jones broadcast. They hadn't. So Megyn Kelly is running her hit piece. And we didn't get from the evidence why Neil reached out to her or how that process worked. It's just a gap in the evidence, because you all need to base your verdict on the evidence. So I don't know. Perhaps it's fair to infer that because of the campaign coverage that had been given to the Sandy Hook event, he felt he needed to reach out. The point is, after that, Alex finds out what's going to happen, and he tries to intervene. He goes on his show, he accuses the mainstream media of perverting what he's saying, what he no longer believes. He reaches out to Neil Hessman, well, to all the Sandy Hook families, right? He never mentions Neil by name. And guess what? Nobody listens. Why doesn't anybody listen? Because Alex's platform isn't that big. He's not Hillary Clinton. He's not Megyn Kelly. When he goes on, not that many people listen. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to minimize his platform. He has a platform, but it's not the kind of national platform that they're talking about. And that came through in the evidence. He's got 80 employees. At the time, it's 50 employees. And this is not the New York Times. This isn't CNN. This is a talk show in Austin, Texas. So Neil goes on the show, and Owen Schroyer, a young reporter, runs this zero hedge piece. And the court has found that that piece was defamatory. What did we learn from the witness stand? Neither Neil nor Scarlett knew about it. They had no idea about Owen Schroyer's report until almost a year later. And I've put it to you that it is fair to infer from the evidence that someone, something weaponized Neil and Scarlett's grief and convinced them that Alex Jones was responsible. I asked them both on the stand, did you review the videos? No. And I'm not saying that they should, right? But I asked them, how did you come to this conclusion that Alex Jones is the root of all that is wrong with your life? And the only answer they had is that that's what I've heard. That's what I'm convinced of. You all sitting here have the chance to actually examine that. And that's what actual damages are about, right? Is about examining whether Alex's actions and his words actually caused harm. The most important evidence in the case are the videos, right? The complete unedited videos. They are a contemporaneous record of everything that Alex said. The plaintiffs have excellent lawyers, and they've spared no expense. They chose the case that they wanted to put on. And the case that they wanted to put on did not have 27 hours of video. I changed this because it changed during their closing. I did have a nice PowerPoint. I have received some criticism for my flip charts. I hope everybody can see it. Between 2012 and 2018, in evidence, we have 18 hours and 43 minutes of video. What did we get from the witness stand in terms of how much time InfoWars is broadcasting? Alex Jones testified, and so did Daria Karpova, that during the early years, it was 7 hours a day, and that went up to 10 hours per day in 2017. If you take 18 hours and 43 minutes and you divide it by the amount of time, 11,947 hours that they were on the air, that gives you 0.16%. I propose to you, we've spent more time talking about Sandy Hook during this trial than Alex Jones or his organization spent in 6 years talking about it. And they want to tell you that that drove people insane?
Don't have to object. For the same reason, we don't know what all the videos are. We established that.
In evidence,
In evidence, Your Honor.
that's all, but not, we don't know in the world. We don't.
Your Honor, I'd object to the commentary on the evidence. Your job and your instruction from the court is to base your verdict on the evidence that has been admitted and the testimony that we've received. They chose what case to bring. We don't want to be here at all. They have the burden. 0.16%. And not only that, as we know, Mr. Heslin and Ms. Lewis, I'm sorry I called them Neil and Scarlett earlier. That might have not been respectful of me, and I apologize for it. Mr. Heslin and Ms. Lewis did not see any of those video broadcasts. They both testified. Let's talk about the law. In your jury instructions, there are several pieces that I would like to bring particular attention to. The first, this was something we talked about during board hour. Do not let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in your decision. I put it to you that most of the presentation we've had thus far has been about bias and prejudice and sympathy. We entered this courtroom already having lost. That's why we're here just about damages. Yet that is what we hear the least about in this courtroom. Why is that? Because Mr. Heslin and Miss Lewis are tremendously sympathetic people. They are. My heart goes out to them for their loss. They are tremendously sympathetic. But that has no role in the dispassionate oath you took to decide this case based on the facts. Similarly, thinking that Alex isn't a good person or hasn't done the right thing, if some of you all think that, should play no role in deciding whether there have been actual damages and to what extent, and whether they have been proven. Because now we can talk about what's been proven. On the second page of your jury instructions. Subpoint 2. Base your answers only on the evidence admitted in court and on the law in these instructions. Truth may be an amorphous concept outside this room. But in this room, truth comes from evidence, actual evidence that's been admitted. This is a long one, proximate cause. You'll see it on every one, starting on page 5, each one of the questions. The second full paragraph is proximate cause. I'll give you a moment to read it for yourselves if you want, before I can. There are two aspects of proximate cause that I want to bring particular attention to. One, proximate cause means a cause that was a substantial factor in bringing about the injury. A substantial factor. 18 hours and 43 minutes over 6 years. Reasonable foreseeability. The act or omission complained of must be such that a person using ordinary care would have foreseen that the injury or some similar injury might reasonably result therefrom. Ask yourself, how reasonable is it for a talk show host in Austin, Texas, to believe that 18 hours and 43 minutes of coverage that we have in evidence would cause people to harass Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis? Pre-existing condition. We all know what that is. It's the horrific death of their child. I can't imagine the pain and suffering and anguish that comes from it. Dr. Crouch testified that it's not something you ever get over. I think he's absolutely right. So ask yourselves, take that, when you go back to deliberate, think about that. Think about proximate cause. Think about pre-existing conditions. And follow the evidence as you heard it from the witness stand and as it came in through the videos. Let's talk about the evidence. You know, this can be a stressful profession. And I have a hobby. I shoot a bow and arrow. It helps me to just concentrate on one thing and clear my mind of everything else. Now, I go to a range to do that. If I went to my range and shot for a couple of hours, and then sometime later, the owner of the range came to me and said, hey, there's been some damage to the range, and we think you did it. I'd say, well, how do you know? They say, no. We think you did it because you shot a lot of arrows. And I'd say, well, did you look at the arrow? Did you examine it? Well, no. I say, okay, well, was anybody else out there shooting at the same time? I say, no, we don't care. You were out there. And then finally I said, well, you haven't looked at the arrows. You haven't looked at if anybody else was out there. And the answer is, well, someone told us you did it. You say, who? Who told you this? Well, I don't know. Right? That's kind of like the evidence we got in this case. Did Alex Jones make these statements? Yes, he did. And he genuinely apologized on the witness stand repeatedly. He said that they fell short. And I heard your questions to him. Are you going to change things? Have you changed things? What are you going to do so that this doesn't happen again? And he answered those questions truthfully. And his employees answered those questions truthfully as well. Corroboration. I spent a lot of time with Dr. Lubit talking about corroboration. Hey, Dr. Lubit, you're saying all these things. Did you take any steps to corroborate them? Did you interview the neighbors? Did you ask for a police report? Did you do anything at all to substantiate that these things had happened? No. And one of you asked him, if I remember correctly, one of you asked him, hey, Dr. Lubit, I mean, words to this effect, hey, Dr. Lubit, if media organizations should substantiate their sources, why shouldn't forensic psychiatrists? And he just said, well, that's different. That's different. If the lawyers don't prove it, then you can throw out my entire opinion. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Again, look to Dr. Crouch. First mention of Alex Jones, 2018. And he said he had nothing before that. I put to you, use your recollection. Dr. Crouch was handed an affidavit and asked to testify. His notes, his contemporaneous interviews did not reflect this pattern of harassment that has been discussed. Again, where is the evidence? Also, go back to the number of hours. You'll have the exhibit. Look at how many broadcasts were made in 2012, in 2013. Scarlett Lewis testified that when she was at the wake for her son, she heard somebody talking about a conspiracy. You know that Alex Jones wasn't saying that the children hadn't died. Wolfgang Halbig, he actually is the only person we can say definitively ever did anything to Scarlett Lewis and Neil Heston. We've got 2 emails from him. Bear in mind, this is a man who supposedly sent thousands of emails. Where are they? Where are the recordings? We heard testimony that Scarlett Lewis has a sophisticated home security system. That's all we heard about. We didn't get any records. We didn't get any video. This case has been pending since 2018. If there were the kind of pattern of harassment that we're talking about, where's the evidence? And critically important also is the fact that the evidence shows that Alex Jones never said Scarlett Lewis's name. And Owen Schroyer said Neil Heston's name for the first time in 2017. They never published their addresses. Never even thought about it, really. There's no evidence. And there again, we're speculating, if people were approaching them, which there's no evidence of, where did they get that from? You have the videos to watch that the plaintiffs put in evidence. Is that more consistent with Alex Jones having directed some kind of harassment, or with people like Wolfgang Halbig, who are mentally ill, obsessed, acting on their own? Unfortunately, in a free society, there is risk associated with choice. We live in a community where some people just are unbalanced and are going to take action on their own. Is that reasonably foreseeable to every broadcaster? Most importantly, there was no call to action. Look through the videos. None. Mental anguish. This is where a pre-existing condition comes in, and where you can also ask yourselves, who is responsible for the mental anguish? Is it Alex Jones or is it someone else? Follow your oath. It's not going to be popular. But zero evidence equals minimal damages. It's just like that auto accident we talked about during Bordier. You have the auto accident, somebody gets hurt. We talked about this. They say, hey, you break it, you buy it, right? If you lie about somebody and you hurt them, then you pay for it. How do you know? Show me the receipts. Show me the lost wages. Show me the healthcare costs. Show me the costs associated with therapy. Who asked those questions in this court? I did. That is evidence for you. And it came from our side. Because we're interested in truth, not in edited video clips and supposition. Remember, you will have an opportunity to decide punitive damages. We are here about actual damages. And you all are smart people. You wouldn't be on this jury if you weren't smart people. We want smart people. We want people who are going to be diligent. People who are going to look at the evidence, who are going to follow their oath to decide the case on the facts. Damage to reputation. Again, where's the lost job opportunity? Where's the credit line that wasn't extended? Where's the social organization that was denied him membership? We had no evidence to corroborate that anyone thinks less of Neil in his community. Zero evidence equals minimal damage. Ask yourselves, who's really responsible for these parents' pain? Is it Adam Lanza's mother who bought him the gun? Is it Adam Lanza who murdered her and then murdered 26 children? Is it the mainstream media misreporting the facts and events around Sandy Hook? Is it the truthers who are out there waiting for events like these to happen? Or is it the talk show host? Life is complicated. This job is complicated. Think about proximate cause. That instruction that is before every one of those questions. Was Alex Jones' broadcast a substantial factor? And was it reasonably foreseeable to him? I forgot to mention, how about our electoral system that magnify and broadcast? That's not something Alex Jones did. It's something a campaign politician did in order to paint their opponent. What fault do they bear? Megyn Kelly, what responsibility does she have?
Responsible third party, but
$150 million. It's their job to ask for a lot of money. It's your job to decide the case based on the evidence. There's a concept called anchoring. And the idea of anchoring is that if you say a really, really big number, people are going to work off it. So if you say $150 million, and then you guys go back and say, oh, man, I don't think they proved it. I don't think they proved it. So why don't we give them 10% and award $15 million? That's not how this process works. They have the burden of proof. They start from zero and they work their way up from there. And it's very creative. I mean, there was a 24%. They brought in Becca Lewis, who's working on her PhD. They brought in a grad student who read selected excerpts from other people's publications and then cited a study that if she'd taken the time to Google it, I asked her about this. If she'd taken the time to Google it, she would have found out that it's widely discredited. She admitted that there was an article by The Atlantic talking about it.
Which article? This is widely discredited.
Let's just move on.
Ask yourselves, is that number reasonable? I mean, there's 12 of you. Do 3 of you think Sandy Hook never happened? It's not reasonable. It's not right. And think about what $150 million represents. A person making $100,000 a year would have to work for 1,500 years to make $150 million. It would take 18 generations to make $150 million. And that's assuming you didn't spend anything. Let's say you saved half your money. 3,000 years. 32 generations. This isn't a real number. You know, I asked my son about $150 million. And he said, you know, that would weigh 33,000 pounds. The equivalent of 8 fully grown elephants. This is a hard part of my presentation. And I took a long time thinking about this. And I went back and forth in my mind as to whether I would say these words and show you what I'm about to show. And ultimately, the reason I'm going to is because I believe in the process. I am committed to what we're doing right here. To 12 individuals, members of the community, deciding a case based on the evidence and holding people to their burden of proof. Question 1. Defamation. What amount of money, if paid now in cash, would compensate Neil Heslin for the damages that were approximately caused by Alex Jones? You see, you got two dates up there, June 26, 2017 and July 20th, 2017. Those are the dates of the defamatory publications. Have we even seen the July 20th, 2017 one? Injury to reputation that he sustained in the past. He didn't even see Alex Jones's show until 28. $1. Not proven. Not proven. Injury to his reputation that Neil Heslin will sustain in the future. This trial is being broadcast to the world. I mean, the eyes that we have around us. I think Neil Heslin can walk out of here with his head held high. He's told the world his story. Alex Jones has told the world his story. He sat on that witness stand. Alex Jones did and said, I believe those children died. I am very sorry for the coverage that we gave. There is no reputational harm going forward. Not proven. Not proven. Mental anguish that Neil Heslin sustained in the past. Proximate cause. Is his mental anguish the result of what Alex Jones did? Ask yourselves, was he a substantial factor? 18 hours and 43 minutes over 6 years. It's an average of 3 hours per year. That was the evidence they chose to bring. Not proven. I don't like this, but this is what the law requires. And you'll have your chance if you want to punish Alex Jones. You'll have your chance. Mental anguish and reasonable probability that Neil Heslin will sustain in the future. I hope to God that this process has been good. I hope to God that you've gotten some level of closure. I really do. Both of you. What's been proven? Ask yourselves, what's been proven? Caused by Alex Jones. You need actual evidence. I'm not going to belabor the point. These are repetitive. Question number 2 relates to intentional infliction of emotional distress. From 2013 to 2018. First paragraph. He never even watched his videos. That was the evidence we had from the witness chair. How can we say that Alex Jones caused more than minimal damage when Mr. Heslin didn't even see his broadcast? We don't have a single, I actually wrote this down. The plaintiff's attorneys referred during their closing to harassment online. Do you recall what Neil Heston said about how much he likes computers? I do. He said he doesn't even like his cell phone. He's not a computer guy. What type of online harassment are we talking about? Was that proven? Is there actual evidence of that? No. How about in the future? Ask yourselves, what are we doing here? I said before, I hope there is closure. I hope this sordid, sad story comes to an end in the next couple of days, after you come back with your verdict on punitive damages. But there's been no evidence that there will be future mental anguish that was caused by Alex Jones. Mr. Hesland is clearly very, very upset. And I think that is genuine. But that is not what you base a verdict on. That he is upset is step one. You need to be sure that this man caused it. Scarlett Lewis, 2013 to 2018. No contemporaneous records. She testified that she spent at least, I think, $50,000 in therapy. No contemporaneous records. For years that this litigation is pending, that there is every incentive to preserve everything. And we have an email from Wolfgang Halpern. I think overall we had two emails. I think there was one from 2015 that somehow made its way into InfoWars possession through one of those email dumps. 2019, one email. They admitted it separately. They put two different exhibit stickers on it. But remember when I asked about it, it was an attachment to a single email. Not proven. Future mental anguish damages. Not proven. I understand these numbers are different. I understand your job is hard. And maybe I would even understand if you said, you know what, we feel like we should give them some money for mental health treatment so that they can continue. I don't think it's supported by the evidence, but I can see that. The evidence shows that plaintiffs have been victimized 4 times by Adam Lanza, by politicians and members of the mainstream media, by the truthers, and by those people who took their grief and weaponized it. And I'm profoundly sorry for that. I think it is a sad reflection on the state of our nation. There's a couple things that came out during Mr. Farah's closing argument that I think are worth addressing because I don't want there to be any confusion. Mr. Farah made reference to Wolfgang Halbig's disgusting Super Bowl picture from, if you look at it, odd.tv. I elicited from several witnesses that picture never made its way onto InfoWars. There is a line in the videos where it says Sandy Hook children perform at Super Bowl. It's in 2013. We had evidence that they did perform at the Super Bowl. And InfoWars covered. Look a couple before there. I think you have one that's Sandy Hook survivor remembers fallen hero. Again, they got to pick the evidence they brought in here. They picked the worst things they could find. And if you take their video clips and add them together, it's not 18 hours and 43 minutes. It's 90 minutes. 90 minutes over 6 years, they say, caused all this harm. Alex Jones may not be to your particular taste, but millions of Americans tune in to be informed, to be entertained, to have their voices heard. Verdict. The word verdict, it comes from the Latin. Verdict. To speak the truth. Speak the truth in your verdict because you're deciding for them and for all Americans. Do you want to choose what you get to watch and listen to? Or do you want a plaintiff's attorney to decide for you?
Sustain.
There was a Lutheran minister named Martin Niemöller in the 1930s. And he was imprisoned in a concentration camp. And when he got out, he reflected on the fact that he had stood quiet. And he said, first they came for the communists. And I said, I'm not a communist, and didn't do it. Then they came for the trade unionists. And I said, I'm not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews. And I said, I'm not a Jew. And when they came for me, there was no one left. It's been an honor to talk to you, to present our side. I look forward to addressing you again on the issue of punitive damages. I have a lot to say about what the right number is. I look forward to that opportunity. Thank you.
All right, I think we probably need another very short break. Remember all of my instructions. Let's try to keep it to 10 minutes.
All rise.
Like that shit.
Buddy.
Bye.
All right, let's run 10 minutes, use the restroom. Totally necessary.
Usually finish at 5. Like a read, like a, is there like a final close or like a? Whatever works for Kyle. Cool.
No, it's not.
Next time we got left, Joey.
She didn't set a,
Oh,
I don't think she set a specific,
I returned your
Perfect.
machine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got it. So, why do we want to coordinate which ones? I mean, it's just. I bet you I'm going for that. Well, truth. You should have never seen this one. You should have scrolled this. I never seen this one until 2017. Right. I mean, you did. We're just talking. So let's see. Oh, that's. You said, yeah, it looks like. Lives.
Yes, she says it's because it gets our.
This,
I can come get it.
maybe turn it around
I actually.
or leave it, whatever, but don't let me run into it again. You may be seated. Okay. I think you're gonna bring it back over.
It's fine,
so-
it's fine.
Okay. All right, ready?
Yes, ma'am.
No, we have a failure over there. Okay, all right. You may begin.
Yes, ma'am. We apparently are still living in this Alex Jones conspiracy world where nothing's as what it seems. That somehow, I assume, lawyers here weaponized Neil and Scarlett to try to take down Alex Jones. We weaponized them to take down Alex Jones. Like, we're the deep state now. This weird conspiracy theory where you guys were handpicked by the clerk. The judge is part of the deep state. And this is a script, a literal script, as they said on the show just a couple days ago. That's the conspiracy theory that's spinning in this room right now, because that's the conspiracy theory that Alex Jones wants the world to believe. When you return a verdict and you say, this is not what we do in society. We don't tell lies about people. We don't hurt people. That's the spin that he wants to put on it. That's what just happened. That's what that closing was all about. That they lied to Dr. Lubit and Mr. Crouch about their treatment. Mr. Crouch said in 2013, Neil talked about conspiracy theories, about people making money and profits off his dad or off his son. They have called them liars for 10 years to make money, and they sat here and called them liars to save money. That's what just happened. You appreciate the irony of that. Anything to make money or to save money, anything, they will stomp on absolutely anybody. They stomped on them and they have to pay for what they broke. That's what they have to do. The full videos, they're in evidence. I don't understand why the defendants keep saying that. I don't want to play you an hour or 2 hours of a full video of all kinds of crazy conspiracy theories. We focused on the Sandy Hook ones. That makes a whole lot of sense because this case is about Sandy Hook. Why would I play you his conspiracy theories about frogs being gay? Why would I play that to you? That doesn't make any sense. You don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. They're in evidence. You can watch them if you want. More importantly, Mr. Renal could have played them at any point he wanted to. He could have played them to you. He did once. He played a 51-minute, the very first witness that he got up, he played a full video. And I think he realized that was a horrible idea. That didn't help my client at all. It just showed how many people he will stomp on to get more clicks to buy more or sell more pills. That's all it shows. If you want to watch them, they're here. However many, I'll take his word for it. It was 18 something hours. So we showed you, what did he say? We showed 9 minutes, 10 minutes? Yeah, that's the part. Those are the parts where he defames people and he intentionally inflicts emotional distress on people and it affects them. And this idea that they didn't watch him, yeah, they don't watch his show. Big shock. What did Mr. Crouch talk? He talked about that. Finding out someone lies to you secondhand is worse because you know what it means? The lie is spreading. If someone comes to your face and just lies to you and no one else hears it, it ain't great. But it's definitely not as bad as someone comes over to you and says, hey, there's a guy on a national broadcast, actually, take it back, worldwide broadcast, lying about you. That hurts. Because the lie is spreading. By definition, because you didn't hear it from the horse's mouth, definitionally spreading. The number of times this idea of he's apologized has come up is troubling to me. What is he apologizing for? His lawyer just stood up and said $8 should take care of their pain, the harm. So he clearly doesn't think he hurt these people. You clearly don't think you hurt him if you think it's worth $8. He said they've been victimized by 4 different people. And then he listed them off. And I was like, well, surely the last one's Alex Jones, right? You can't possibly list people that have victimized Neil and Scarlett and not say the word Alex Jones, the name Alex Jones. He did. What's he apologizing for? That's why an apology doesn't matter. It's not real. It's never been real. It's fake. It means absolutely nothing to Neil and Scarlett because they've heard it. It means absolutely nothing to Alex Jones because he doesn't mean it. He made this excuse that he was tricked by the truthers. He's the Pied Piper of the truthers. They're following him wherever he goes, and he spews hate. That's what gets people riled up. That's what gets people to their house. That's what gets bullet holes through his car. That's what gets death threats. This, yes, I guess it took it down. This 0.16% of the time, that's 99. So we're saying 99.84% of the time he's not defaming or inflicting emotional distress on him. Congratulations. If I was in court in a criminal case, I said, Judge, 99.8% of the time, I don't steal anything. Nothing. That's not a defense. That's crazy. It doesn't matter what he does all the other time. It matters what he does when he's defaming people and when he's intentionally inflicting emotional distress on people. That's what matters. When he's spreading lies about the parents of Sandy Hook, that's what matters. That's why we brought you those videos. Pre-existing condition, I can't. So he says they're not harmed, but if they are harmed, it was from something else. And he has this weird thing about the bow and arrow and that nobody examined the arrows. People examined the arrows. Dr. Lupin examined the arrows. Mr. Crouch examined the arrows. And he said, they are broken. They are injured. And it came from Alex Jones. Nobody else came. They had the ability to call somebody on the stand and say, no, hold up. They're not either hurt or their damage is clearly from the loss of Jesse, not the lies spread about him in a worldwide forum. 19 hours or 18 hours of lies spread in a worldwide forum. That's not what hurt him. They didn't do that. There's a reason. There's no psychiatrist, psychotherapist in the world that would say that. They have separate and distinct injuries. There's no question. And you know the easy way to know it? Fear. Jesse's murder didn't cause them fear. It caused them unimaginable grief that they started to recover from. Fear is caused by Alex Jones and him weaponizing. We're talking about weaponizing. Him weaponizing mentally unstable people to go after him. Fear tells you there's two separate and distinct injuries. This is a quick aside. The July 20th, 2017 video they said they never played, it's because they destroyed it. That's why we never played it. They didn't tell you that. What does $150 billion mean? Mr. Bernal talked about that. Yeah, about 6 months of revenue. At InfoWars, that's what it means. Ms. Karpova testified, and she said one thing that was interesting. She said, words are Alex Jones' weapon. This verdict is your weapon to right a serious wrong that happened
to Neil and Scarlett. Mr. Enall said twice, I hope this is a verdict you can look back at 20 years and be proud of. Yeah, so do I. I hope you look back at this verdict for years and you're proud of it. So go do it.
All right, thank you. In a moment, you will retire to the jury room, select your presiding juror who will read the charge and then begin your deliberations. We will bring you the original charge, which is the one that should be signed by the presiding juror if the verdict is unanimous, or signed by the 10 or 11 of you if it is not unanimous. We will also bring all of the exhibits to you in a few minutes. You should not be concerned if the exhibits are not in sequential order. And if there are any redactions, don't let that worry you either. Those are decisions that have been made in the admission of that evidence. After you select your presiding juror, I need you to let my judicial executive assistant know who that is. Now, I want to be really clear. You are finally going to be able to discuss what you have heard in this room. You must all 12 be in the room anytime there is any deliberations or discussion. So if somebody needs a break, everybody takes a break. You are free to work all day long, including through lunch. I think that's been our routine so far, so we'll probably continue to talk about that. If you take a long break, do let us know. So say more than 15 minutes. It might affect what we do out here. Anything else? Any questions about that part? It's 4:36. My guess is you're not going to get much beyond a presiding juror today, and that's fine. You can start as early as 8:30 tomorrow. All right, so you're excused, and when you're all together, we can talk about this. Thank you.
All rise.
Yeah, oh, go on. Shut the door behind you. You may all be seated. This time I do need one counsel from each side to come up and verify the exhibits for me, please. So just as a reminder, I'll need you to state on the record that you examined the exhibits and that those are being taken to the jury room, or all admitted should be taken to the jury room. Any necessary redactions have been made, and otherwise any objections will be deemed waived.
I'm just going to confirm.
Please do, yes. And you might want to have Mr. Banks confirm with you.
Would you like to take a look?
You can go off the record for a minute.
And 67? That's all
Let
you
me
put.
change the date.
Sure.
It's 2017.
What is it? No, the title that is on that file. What is that file?
Whose phone
No,
is
the words that are.
Make sure you turn your phone off, please.
Okay, we don't have titles on our files. We don't have descriptive titles. I'm not sure.
Why don't you just title it Defense Exhibit 67? And what about up here?
I'll check here. I was waiting on that. Let's do that.
I left my list in my office. Should I go get it? You guys have it?
I think I'm okay.
This is the court's little mark drive.
Okay, so that's Exhibit 67.
It is. It's very small. Would you like me to put it?
I don't. Why don't you have it? If there was one bag. Should you bring these bags? Yes, thank you. Why don't you label the bag with the exhibits first? Yes.
I remember correctly, requires custody.
We're
I've done safety content evidence, but it's not-
okay, let me go get my,
That's the one I-
because I don't have that. I left it in my office. I'll be right back.
All rise. All rise.
That's all right. Everyone in the gallery can relax, and the lawyers. too. Okay. I'm gonna do it this way. Defense exhibit.
Plaintiff 60 hours.
Hang on.
Oh, awesome.
Defense exhibit 67. That's all I got. And then I have some court exhibits. Those three. Plaintiff's exhibits. You're asking me which ones were admitted?
All I'm asking you is 60.
Okay.
I'm worried that it actually.
No.
So we're going to 60 from this list.
Remember that car.
They're recovering. Looks like that. I guess that was right for the first scheduled trial. Yeah, it was April 11th.
All the exhibits are correct.
All right, Ms. Reynolds? Are you- Oh, okay, let's go back on the record. Okay, so both sides have had an opportunity to examine all of the exhibits. So we'll start with Mr. Bankston. Do you verify that you have examined the exhibits? Those that are being taken to the jury room are all admitted, should be taken to the jury room. All necessary redactions have been made.
I agree, Your Honor.
All right, same question, Mr. Reynolds.
I agree, Ron.
All right, then we go back off the record. Let's hand all of those exhibits to my seal. And yes, okay. All right, okay. The jury is allowed to deliberate until 5. It starts at 8:30. Above, I don't want to deal with that. I will continue to do that. So they'll probably work all day. So I do require one minimum, this is a minimum requirement, one counsel for each party. So one of you must be in the building at all times while the jury is. Parties are not required to remain in the building. They're not required to be here when the verdict is read. That is between party and counsel. For this week, you have you can continue to use this space. You can continue to use the other space we've provided for you. If you have not already given my staff your cell phone numbers, I need them. Let me think. What else? anything else? The reason you have to be here is if they have a question,
Right, sure,
you have to come in here and we have to talk about it.
sure. My question was, when we are informed the verdict is in, if I wanted to have plaintiffs off site, how long would they have to be here before the verdict? is read?
Like 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm making contact.
Yeah, it's pretty fast, but you can continue to use the
Sure.
space we've provided.
I appreciate that, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's fine. Any other questions?
Which one, did they say what time they're coming in tomorrow?
I'll find
Yeah.
out. My guess is 8:30, but you don't have to be here until 9. They're not gonna,
Right.
right, it's not gonna go that fast, so. I let them come in at 8:30. I mean, for some reason, you don't have to be here till 9. To be totally honest, that's when I get there. So, they finish at 8:45, everyone leaves. I get here just a few minutes before 9 most days, so. All right, I'm gonna just write down my numbers here and then we will. Also, actually, I have another hearing on Friday. I'm not really sure how I work that out, but they'll wait for us, not the other way around. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. If, where can I find this check seal?
Why don't you just give it to me?
Sure, no
I'm
problem.
happy to carry it.
I rewrote it in the order of who is most likely to answer.
Okay, good to know.
Okay.
I might have guessed that. Did you already give somebody on my staff your cell phone number?
Let me write it down.
Okay.
I left my wallet.
Sure, that's fine.
Do I have any?
Do you?
Yes.
I can give it to you. I don't think Ms. Magic still has had a chance to come in here and turn anything on, so assume it's still going. Thanks.
All rise.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Let's go.
Are y'all ready to go?
Let's go, Doug.
Put all over him.
Oh, I'm gonna give it.
Okay, thank you. See ya.
We're gonna hang out for a minute to give them because they're hyped up today and their security people are extremely well armed. And media person Nicole heard them saying, when you get down to the limo, make sure that nobody sees the rifle. Wait, the security. Hey, Chief.
It's not something to scream. Me too. Plus, I got 413. Oh, where's he at? Bailiff. Turbay. How do you say it? That's what I call it. Turbay. Turbay.
Scary phrase, something else. So we're gonna stay upstairs for
So a lot of
So,
You're gonna get more time.
oh, I see. Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Hang out, brother.
Hey, Kyle, thanks for coming.
Hey, man, but you guys did a great job. Okay, let's ask you a question. I can see that pause in your brain. Good job, Bill. Thanks for letting me hang out.
Oh, no, we'll be coming back.
Inspired to start writing? Writing the book?
Okay, man.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Yes. Yeah, but I don't really, yeah. Yeah.
I did too.
I know.
Yeah. Because of what was the book, right? One of them say to the other. When you get in the window, make sure. Which I assume they just mean they and yeah, get so whoever's driving this.
Oh.
I mean,
Yeah, sure.
it was nice.
Yeah.
Because you get a lot of good. Oh, the couple, the ones that are, I don't know. Mom in the back was. So like she had like. She might. I think. All right. Oh, yeah. Number 8. Yeah.